Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi, good morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. It is Wednesday. We are in that middle portion. We're in hump day, isn't it? That's what it's known as. That's what all the young folk call it. Hump day. We're ready to coast towards the weekend. Anyway, it's wonderful to have your company here on Sewing Street. We're a bit of a riot of colour on set today. Lots and lots to share with you this morning. All fabulous, all sewing related. Today's all about colour and gorgeousness and freshness and spring, summer, and I mean just lovely. So do stay with us for the whole morning. We're starting, of course, as always, with our early bird, and actually we have two early birds. We're going to start with an Absolute Quilter's Essential. Absolute Quilter's Essential. Now, I know that for, well, pretty much all of us, the very first ruler we ever get is a 6x24, and that's our standard. That's the one we use, you know, for most of our projects. But I always recommend a large square ruler as your second or third ruler. If you're in the market for an extra ruler, this is the one to go for. So many great uses for this ruler. It is the Darlene Zimmermann 12.5-inch square ruler. So why is it useful? Why do we need this? Well, I mean, there's loads of ways that it's useful. One of them is things like cutting out background blocks. So for example, if you need an 8.5-inch square, 9.5, 10.5, 11, 12.5 for applique, for background blocks, for alternate blocks, for squaring up blocks, this is absolutely perfect. Also, when you've quilted your quilt and you need to trim the sides down, you need to square up the corners, and a large square ruler is absolutely perfect because we've got all that length on both sides, 12.5 inches on both sides, to get the edges of our quilt truly square. Okay. But also, if you're making things like bags and you're cutting out larger pieces, large squares, large rectangles, big pockets, things like that, it's just so much easier with a large square ruler. Now then, the ruler that we've got, it's from Darlene Zimmermann, suitable for left and right handers, of course, marked all over with a 1/4-inch grid. And also you've got those increments all along the edge in inches, 1/4 inches, 1/2 inches, of course. So great for measuring, really good actually for scrap quilting too, or for squaring up, of course, things like half square triangles. So a lot of people, when they make half square triangles now, make them slightly bigger and then trim them back. Now for that, you need a square ruler. You also need your diagonals on the 45-degree angle to line up with your piece line. Absolutely ideal, does a multitude of uses. Now, usual price is $19.99, which is fantastic. And remember, rulers, if you look after them, these really are a lifetime purchase. You know, they have a little hole drilled in the top, and that's absolutely brilliant for hanging up. I like to hang mine up. I have like a little pegboard in my studio, and they get hung up. They're easy to reach, or you can also get ruler stands with kind of like slots in them that you can keep your rulers up in like so. But as long as you don't drop them and misuse them, They're a lifetime purchase. £19.99, great price, but it's our early bird. So let's drop that price. Let's do it. Let's go. £14.99. Perfect. So that's 25% off. Great, great saving. It's our early bird. It's one of our early birds this morning. Absolutely brilliant edition. Now we already have less than 30 available. They are absolutely flying out of the building. Be careful. If you fancy getting the ruler, pop it in your basket and check out. Remember, you'll only pay 1p and p. So that's our 12.5-inch ruler. Now let's look at a price comparison. Very well known site that. There you go, £18 for that. For a 12.5-inch square, same product, 12.5-inch square, £18. Now there are only 24 of these left, so they are selling very, very quickly. Oh, 21. Okay, with 21, we'll soon be under 20. If you do want the easy quilting ruler, 12.5-inch square ruler, you will need to be quick. Now, of course, it is 1/8 of an inch thick perspex, as all rotary cutting rulers are. You need that for that sort of safety. Just a brilliant piece of kit, this. Really, really useful to have. I use it all the time. I've got a couple of large square rulers. As I say, perfect for squaring up, quilts, blocks, background squares for applique, alternate blocks too. Perfect for squaring up your half square triangles, bag making. If you're brand new to quilting, this is also a really good size just for working with small pieces of fabric. So for example, if you tend to use pre-cuts, if you tend to use, you know, fat quarters, charm packs, jelly rolls, strip rolls, absolutely perfect. This could be your first ruler. Absolutely could be your first ruler. Now I need to say a few good mornings. Good morning, Claire, who says good morning, Stuart and all on Facebook. Do get in touch with you, won't you? Patricia, good morning, Stuart, love you from Blackpool. How is Blackpool today? Is it sunny? Is it warm? Should I be coming over? Do you know, I only had one trip to Blackpool. It was ages ago and I swore I'd go back and I haven't yet. Jan, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Good morning to you too. So many of you joined us this morning. It's wonderful to have your company. There are only 10 of these rulers left now. This is your easy quilting 12.5-inch square ruler. So marked in, you've got your 1/4-inch increments all the way through. You've got a more solid line for a 1/2-inch increment. You've got your extra 1/2-inch around the outside edge. So it doesn't matter whether you're a left-hander or a right-hander, you've still got that 1/2-inch extra on either side, which is perfect. Excuse me, because for the vast majority of the time, we're cutting, you know, a 4.5-inch square, a 7.5-inch strip, or whatever. So really, really useful. You've also got your diagonal lines through the centre. So if you are squaring up half square triangles or quarter square triangles, you're just going to lay your ruler over the top of your unit, line up the piecing line, the diagonal, with that centre, and then you can easily trim, turn your unit around, and then again line up the piecing line down the centre and trim your edges to get perfect quarter square and half square triangles. Now there are 4 of these left. There are more in baskets than we've got available. Keep going through for those, won't you? Now I did mention that there was a second early bird today. Bumper. More birds. All the birds. Thank you. All the birds. Okay, so our next early bird is very much with dressmakers and knitters in mind. It is the So Easy curve ruler. Now I'm a huge fan of So Easy products. I tell you, one of the things I love most about it, I love the clear markings, and the red I find really easy to read. Really easy to read. Let me just show you. So this is the curve ruler. Now this is particularly useful for dressmakers, particularly if you like to adapt, modify your patterns, and frankly, who doesn't? I mean, if you're, I don't know if lucky enough is the right way to say it, but if your body is that standard size and shape, which I think it's fair to say is nobody. I think it's fair to say is nobody. But if you are, great. However, the vast majority of us need to adjust our patterns, don't we? We need to add a bit of extra length, maybe in the sleeve or in the body, or a little bit more width in the hips or in the shoulders. We need to extend the sleeves a little bit. Or maybe you're someone who's got into pattern drafting and you're now creating your own patterns. Now, we haven't even dropped the price yet, and so many of you are already checking out. Let's do a price comparison before we even drop the price. You are kidding me. Wow. Wow. Okay, $19.39 for exactly the same product. Ours is $9.99. Except it isn't. Except it isn't. Price comparison. Let's look at another. $13.99. Okay, it's better than the last one, but it still isn't $9.99. And this is not the price that we are selling this for today because it's our early bird. Let's drop the price. Don't worry if you've already checked out. Don't worry if you've checked out. You're going to get the price. Look at that, $6.99. Why not? Fantastic. We've less than 30 already. So many of you checked out. Because $9.99, let's be honest, $9.99 is half the price on that comparison, isn't it? You've also got things like, do you notice here, you've got slots for marking your buttonholes as well, for nice neatly marked buttonholes. I mean, there's all sorts of useful stuff on this ruler. Dressmaker's essential. Lots of you now have got this in your basket. Do remember to check out, won't you? It's just $6.99. Of course, if you've already checked out, don't worry, you're going to get that lowest price of $6.99. You only pay 1 P&P with this as well, of course, and that's for the entire day. So don't worry if you checked out on the ruler and now you want to grab the dressmaker's curve. Not an issue. You're not going to get charged any extra P&P. It's one flat rate of $3.90. $3.95. Sorry, I should know that. Goodness me, $3.95. I didn't want to say $3.95 and charge you 5p extra if it was wrong. We've only got 3 of the curves, and there are 21 in baskets. Okay. You do the maths. I'm going to leave that with you. So many of you getting in touch. Good morning, everybody. We're so happy to have you here with us here on Sewing Street. We've got a fantastic day ahead. Let's have a look at the menu. Now at 8 a.m. Oh, I love her. Edyta Sitar and her brand new Lady Tulip fabrics. Her brand new Lady Tulip fabrics. At 9 a.m. we've got a guide to quilt as you go with Wendy Orlando. Wendy's, her makes are fantastic. You're going to love them. She has been absolutely madly researching and developing quilt as you go. We've got some gorgeous fabrics on that hour too, and a full tutorial on how to do quilt as you go. So if you've ever wondered how, today's the day. Now at 10 o'clock we've got quilting tools and essentials, including a couple of feet, sewing machine feet for your Janome sewing machines. We never normally do these. But we've got 2 fantastic feet for you Janome and Elney users out there. Great hour that. Now at 11 a.m. we've got the Victorian Spring Fabric Collection, again with Wendy Orlando. This is so beautiful. It's exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. You're already loving it. You're already buying it. It is so gorgeous, kind of based around Victorian decoupage. It is really, look at those. It's so fresh for spring, isn't it? It's spring, it's Easter, it's summer. Excuse me. It is really lovely. All sorts of different makes. We've got hexagons, we've got squares, we've got strips, we've got fat quarters. Beautiful, beautiful, brand new exclusive fabric range. And then at 12 o'clock, we have got a sewing machine hour. Now, here's the news flash. The Elna 680 Plus is on a special deal. It's available on pre-order. I would suggest if you're ready now to get your 680 Plus, you pop onto the website and pre-order now. Got a fantastic package. Here's what you get with it. Look at all this. So you're getting books, patterns, fabric, 4 meters of fabric, some mystery fat quarters, pattern weights, some panels, thread snips. We'll get everything out later and I'll show you everything that you get. In fact, let's do it now. Let's do it now. Give it here. Lovely, good. Just gonna rip my way into the bag. Oh. Now, so what you'll get, oh, wow, look at this. Look at all this booty. Wow. Okay, my goodness me. This is fantastic. So obviously, I mean, I'm getting very excited about all of this. The most exciting thing, of course, is you get the Elna 680 Plus, which is an absolutely stonking machine, and that will come from Elna. This, all your extras, £150 worth of extras, you'll get direct from us. So you're getting things like fat quarter accessories book. You've got a storage lantern pattern. You've got Helen Newton seagulls cushion panel, free. A Taste of Summer quilt topper, free. The Trapunto birdhouse quilt by Delphine Brooks for free. Okay, you get the panel as well to make that, free. You get a fawn panel and coordinating fabric. This is all gorgeous. It's all included. Exclusive Sewing Street pattern weights. Thread snips. Little tin for your pins from Ruby Star Society. There's some gorgeous fabrics. Well, these are your mystery fat quarters, but they might not be. You get a thread spool storage box. Absolutely gorgeous that. 2 meters of cream ivory, 2 meters of white. All included for free with your Elna 680 Plus sewing machine. Now, if you want this machine, it's there, it's ready for pre-order. Now, details are on screen, and just to let you know as well, we didn't think we'd keep this, we didn't think we'd be able to keep this, but you're still getting a 5-year extended warranty on that machine. I don't know how long we'll get that, I don't know how long we'll keep it for. But at the moment, everyone who buys that machine today will get a 5-year extended warranty. Now, 1 year is standard. 2 years, I think, is showing off. Okay, anything more than that, I'd expect to pay, and I'd expect to probably pay £100 or more. I mean, you think about how much you pay for a washing machine extended warranty. It's eye-watering. But we've negotiated with Elna, and you're getting a 5-year extended warranty on this machine. You're also getting £150 worth of extra goodies. It's still on split pay. And plus, of course, what's really wonderful about the Elna 680 Plus is that it is a complete package. So normally when you buy a sewing machine, you've then got to start sourcing a walking foot, a darning foot, a 1/4 inch patchwork foot, an extension table. Okay, but you're getting all of those things included with your sewing machine. You're getting, I mean, a plethora of feet. All the feet you'd need for dressmaking, home decor, but also all those important feet for quilting, which I think we all know are quite an additional cost. I mean, for some brands of sewing machine, a walking foot is over £100. A darning foot, £20, £25. Your darning foot with your Elna actually has different clip-on feet, so it's adaptable, so you can have open toe, closed toe, flat, what I call a big foot as well. I mean, it's all included. We'll have a proper look later, but just wanted to let you know we've got a very special deal today. Very special deal. Now, where are we at with our early birds? Both sold out? Both sold out. Congratulations if you got them. We're going to have another busy day. Yesterday we had so many sellouts, and it was awful really, because things sold out way before we could even get to them. So you know, don't be afraid to go on pre-order and have a look and see what you want to get throughout the day. Now, the first thing that we've got today is our gorgeous new fabric collection, which is from Edyta Sitar laundry basket quilts, and it's called Lady Tulip. It is absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's $82.99. Details are on screen now. Isn't it fab? Now, I love Edyta Sitar's fabric designs and her quilt designs too. She's absolutely incredible. And I think what Edyta does really well is she captures tradition beautifully and makes it fresh. Her quilts are just terrific. There's a little bit of information actually about Edyta and about this particular fabric collection. She says, celebrating the warmth and bounty of spring with the lush florals and classic patterns of the Edyta Sitar Lady Tulip fabric collection from Macau. This range is a bouquet of beauty filled with sumptuous tulips in full flower, delicate heritage style patterns and a palette of rust red, blush pink, cream, yellow and soft jade to create a palette that's both fresh and warm. The cream tulip outline fabric features a pattern of ornate florals and foliage in pale blue and cream, delicately picked out against a warm cream background. Soft but sturdy, this 100% cotton fabric is ideal for quilting, sewing, bag making and so much more. Now, Edyta's story is a great one. You know, Edyta is originally from Poland and moved to the US, met and married her husband. And her husband's mother, Edyta's mother-in-law, was a very, very keen quilter. And she taught Edyta to quilt. I mean, fancy having that on your CV, that you were the person that taught Edyta Sitar to quilt. Because she's really established herself as a really key player in the quilting world, in the US and worldwide. Edyta's love for fabric began at a very young age when she and her mother's drapes used her mother's drapes to create her first fabric project. Fortunately for all of us, Edyta's mother recognised her passion for fabric and thus began her journey with fabric and sewing. One of Edyta's biggest blessings is her marriage to husband Michael. She not only fell in love, she was introduced to a Sitar family tradition of quilting by her mother-in-law Carol and grandmother-in-law Anna. Quilting has enabled Edyta to express herself about the object or occasions of her surroundings. Her designs are her avenue to release her passion. My children and my husband, she says, are my greatest motivation. This is the Cinderella dream for me. Being able to do what I love and share this love with others is the greatest feeling and reward I could imagine. The combination of inspiration, a love for fabric, a keen eye for colour and her family teachings blended into the recipe for a talent in constructing amazing quilts, creating innovative quilting patterns for laundry basket quilts, designing beautiful traditional and batik fabrics. And this is a really gorgeous collection. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Edyta's fabrics. I love her ranges, and I've made many quilts actually from her fabrics, including one which is in one of my books. I should have grabbed it really. Actually, Kat, do you mind just grabbing Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts, please? It's the red book on the first trolley. Thank you. That's the one. Now, let me show you what's in the bundle, and then I'll show you the quilt I was gonna talk about. You're getting 12.5 meters here, and it's a gorgeous selection from the range. You've got those wonderful blush pinks, you've got these lovely soft reds as well, and then a very lovely warm sort of tan cream, a little bit of jade green, some light cream. That is a gorgeous fabric, isn't it? There's lovely kind of wheat and grasses, and then kind of moving round into these more rusty tones and this lovely deep burgundy here. I mean, just gorgeous. It's difficult, I think, on screen to show you just how lovely and vibrant these fabrics are. You do need to see them in the flesh, really, but they are absolutely beautiful. Now, this mega bundle has 12 half meters, so you're getting 6 meters of fabric in total. That price is amazing. It should be $82.99, but we're going to crash that price to $76. So $6.99 off. So you're getting one of those half meters completely free. Now let's talk about that price, because we're used to $7.49 per half meter. Okay, but this fabric, $6.99 per half meter. Now, Makawa Fabric, here's a quick story for you. Makawa were the company that gave me my first big break back in 1999. And I teamed... All right. My producers just told me she was 4 and the director wasn't born at all, no? I'm working with embryos here. Well, I was born. Were you born then? Yeah, we were born. I worked with Makawa way back then, and I used to design and make quilts for them with new ranges. And it was actually through Makawa that I heard about the sewing bee. So I mean, Makawa and I have go back a long way. I absolutely love their fabrics. They are beautiful quality. They are absolutely on a par with all of the top quilting fabrics. Moda, Tilda, you name it. They are absolutely gorgeous quality fabrics, but that price is fantastic. $6.99 per half meter. In this bundle, you're only actually paying £6.33 per half meter. That is terrific, isn't it? Less than £13, and it is such beautiful quality fabric. Now, thinking about how I would use this fabric, you've got such a gorgeous kind of floral palette there, haven't you? You've got your petals, your flowers, you've got your flower centers, you've got your leaves and your stems, you've got your backgrounds. So I'm straight away thinking about some applique, some floral applique, but also some piecing. So you've got really lovely contrast. You've got your darks, you've got your mediums, and you've also got your lights. And let me just show you a couple of the prints. The sort of key print for the range, this fabulous tulip print, excuse me, it's so gorgeous. Big sprays of just delicious antique floral tulip design. It's just lovely, just lovely. The colour palette is vibrant, but it's also soft, it's vintagey. Now, I do need to tell you, we've less than 10 of these bundles left. In fact, we've just got 8 bundles left. A message from Katie. Good morning, Stuart. I love Makawa fabrics. The quality and feel is superb. It is, Katie. I totally agree. Thanks for that message. It's beautiful. It's absolutely up there with all of your favourite quilting brands. Really beautiful. I'm so thrilled that we've got Makawa fabrics at Sewing Street. I've been asking for them for such a long time. They do so many gorgeous ranges. And I was at Stitches Trade Fair earlier on in the year, launching my sock yarn actually, and Makawa were just round the corner, and every moment I got, I was nipping round and drooling over their fabric ranges, including Lady Tulip. So much so that I think it was last week I took delivery of the full collection of this range of fabric that I'm going to use in my new book, because I do absolutely love it. Now let me just show you a quilt this is from Simple Shapes Stunning Quilts, and this is a quilt I made. This is one I made. This is using a range of Edyta Sitar fabrics. This was called, I think, if I remember rightly, it was called Something Blue. And this quilt here, I think her designs are beautiful. I absolutely love her fabrics so much. That book actually is available, pre-order. We'll have it on the 12 o'clock show. But I just suddenly remembered that there was that quilt. Yeah, it's that combination for me of beautiful florals, gorgeous sort of geometrics, smaller scale prints. There's a lovely vintage feel, repro feel to some of her designs, but the colours are fresh and the palette, the combination is fresh. So the quilts that you make they don't look like historic reproduction quilts. Do you know what I mean? They look fresh for now. There's great inspiration on her website. Do check that out. Actually, have a look. This is a beautiful, now this is a sampler. This is the Lady Tulip sampler quilt. It's a kind of block of the month design, which I think is gorgeous. And I love that kind of cheddar rust. It's beautiful. Have a look on her website if you want some more inspiration. She's really cool and excuse me, and so prolific. I've never seen somebody make so many quilts. She's an absolute quilt making machine. Look at that. Look at that. That's incredible, isn't it? And that's very much using the palette that I've got on the table right here. You know, you've got those lovely raspberry red pinks in the center. You've got those oranges. Look at this one right here. I've got a couple more. That's the one we were talking about. How about that? That is beautiful. That is so cool. We've only got 7 of the bundles left. Okay, we've only got 7 of the bundles left. That looks good too. I love that. That's lovely. You know, really simple. What is that, a 16 patch? Looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 5 by 5. A 5 by 5. A 5, yeah. A 25 patch. Gorgeous, but just set with alternate blocks of solids. We've got some solids actually in the show that would work really well with these fabrics. But anyway, the whole collection is dwindling before our very eyes. Catherine, thank you for messaging in. You've made me feel a lot better now. Good morning, Stuart. I was 39 in 1999. Well, good on you, Catherine. Thank you, my darling. I love you. Fiona said too, Stuart, your reaction was priceless. Still, like us mature people, we have more experience, which is valuable. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Do you hear that in the gallery? We've got experience in spades. Now then, these fabrics are also available by the half metre. All right, good, good, good. Where would you like to start? Yeah, so let's start with our focus prints. There's a beautiful pink background. This is HV06. Now the pictures on the website don't really do this fabric justice at all. It's like a blush. It's like a blush or a bubblegum pink background. I mean, absolutely beautiful. I could see this in so many settings. Dining room, garden room, you know, conservatory, outside in the garden. Beautiful for bag making this, but also just, I mean, just a cushion with piping round the edge. Just quilted, piped around the edge, beautiful. Some tassels maybe, some pom-poms. Hello. Now remember, this is cut off the bolt for you, so if you want, say you wanted 2 meters so you can border a quilt, go 4 units. That would be great for a border. This is the sort of putty or sort of tan background version, same. It's kind of got maybe a greeny cast to it, AZ26. We've only got 5.5 meters of this left. It's really lovely, isn't it? I mean, talk about ready for spring and summer. Absolutely lovely. It's brand new today, but it is really flying out. really flying out. Again, you don't have to do anything massive, dramatic, very different. You could use these fabrics very simply, let the fabric do the talking. If you bought the Easy Quilting 12.5-inch square, that would be perfect for cutting those alternate blocks. Just combine those with 9 patch or 16 patch or something like that. That mega bundle, 5 left, that's all. Just 5. And remember, you're only paying £6.33 per half metre in that mega bundle, which is incredible, absolutely incredible. Now then, let's go with YS14. This is a kind of medium scale print, absolutely delicious, featuring, oh, look at that. How gorgeous. It's that combination of bubblegum pink, raspberry red. You've got a little bit of gold and a little bit of tan in there. There's lots of detail. And do you know what? The quality on this, it is beautiful. It is absolutely smooth, soft. The handle is beautiful. 100% cotton, of course. Macawa fabric is absolutely terrific. Beautiful, beautiful quality fabric. I've been using Macawa fabric for 25 years, possibly more. We haven't stocked it. We haven't had it here at Sewing Street. And we've been asking and pleading, and here it is now. Now, IU93. This is gorgeous. This is the green version. I need that in my life. I've got that in my life. I've got a half metre of this. Really lovely. Now, dressmaking, I could see this being used in dressmaking. Very much a blouse, perhaps. I think that's really lovely. Good scale, and mixes really, really well with all the others. If you love doing a bit of floral applique, there's your stems and leaves. Now then, SK51. Now this has got that lovely, I'm never quite sure how to say this. Is it moire? M-O-I-R-E? Moire? That kind of, you know, that weave that has this sort of shimmer in the background. This is printed. Little daisies. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I think that's lovely. And again, it's got that lovely kind of terracotta pink tinge to it. Lovely and rich. Yeah. I think if you love those autumn colours as I do so much, I love the rich, warm autumn colours. But I mean, it isn't autumn all year, is it? You know, spring, summer, what do? I think this is ideal for us people that love those warm, rich colours, but want to enjoy spring, summer. Now this next one, oh, FJ90. I need a lot of this fabric in my life. That is so vibrant and beautiful. Borders, it's that combination, isn't it, of terracotta and pink and gold on that really deep aubergine background. It is absolutely gorgeous. It adds a real vibrancy to the collection, and it's those, to me, this is that, you know, splash of Worcestershire sauce in a shepherd's pie. Yeah. Don't they say there are, you know, what are the 3 hardest words to say, you know, or the things that are hardest to say? I love you, I'm sorry, and Worcestershire sauce. British people don't struggle with it, but American people seem to really struggle with Worcestershire sauce. I watch a lot of Food Network and it's just, oh. MB47. Oh dear, I must explain. Our producer can't say she struggles with enemies, but then she was saying various different combinations. Ah, okay. That person is not your friend. MB47. There we go. This is gorgeous. Really beautiful. Yeah, dressmaking, definitely. What about a nice kind of, you know, kind of peasant style blouse? Beautiful. Beautiful. But also in your quilting, I'm thinking flower centres. Gorgeous. A maxi skirt, that would be cool. I could also imagine making a log cabin with these, and I tell you what I would do for a log cabin. I would actually use the large scale print, and I would cut maybe a 6.5 inch square for the centre, so a really big centre, and then I would have maybe 1.5 or 2.5 inch strips going around it, maybe 3 lots on either side. So it really made a feature of that large scale print, but then had the beautiful, and then just split them sort of lights on one side and then your mediums and darks on the other, because you've got a really nice selection actually of light fabrics within this mega bundle that I'm just going to pull out right here. You can see right there, got a really nice selection of lights. But some surprising prints perhaps. Let's start with this one here. This is ZM39. This is kind of almost like rose hips. Again, I think it's very good for dressmaking. I also think it's lovely for those kind of smaller details that we want in a quilt. You know, that finer sashing, those smaller units. This would be so beautiful. Teamed. Oops. That works really well, that combination. So maybe if it was a bag, maybe it was, you know, your contrasting fabrics within a quilt. Oh, Jan, thanks for messaging in. 41 in 1999. I'm really hoping that the gallery are accepting now. You're the odd ones out. Not me. Not me. Everyone's rallying. Thank you. I love you all. Never felt so young and fresh. But again, that combination, adding in that print too. What a gorgeous combination. You can find all of these on the website too if you want to jump ahead. Now, just need to let you know, the Elna 680 Plus deal, okay, someone has checked out on the Elna 680 Plus, but it's on the standard deal, not with the £150 worth. I'm thinking that's a mistake. I want you to call the call centre and they will be able to kind of cancel the one and change it over to the other. Have a look and check when you checked out. If it doesn't say that you've got £150 worth of extras on your order, it's the wrong one. I want you to call the call centre. I want you to get those £150 worth of extras. HY6629. Okay. Just wanted to let you know. Wouldn't want anybody to miss out on all those lovely goodies. Now, a message from Sandra. Good morning, Stuart. The lipstick quilt behind me, behind you. Can you tell me what book it is in, or is it a kit? Ha! Sandra, thank you for asking. This is lipstick and nail polish, and it's from my book, Use Scrap Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts. We have that book on pre-order, and we also have it on the 12 o'clock show. It's one of 100 quilt designs in that book. It's one of my most popular designs actually. Thank you for asking. Yeah, and so much fun to make. So much fun to make. A message from Louise. Good morning, Stuart. It's my birthday today, so I think I'm entitled to treat myself today. Louise, you certainly are, and you also get a big from me and a happy birthday. Thank you for spending it with us. Now, let me carry on. We've got a few more fabrics in this lovely bundle. KR49. This is gorgeous. This is kind of berries, oranges, beautiful. This would go with so many different fabrics, I think. It would fit in with Tilda, Moda. Really gorgeous. Work would really nicely with solids, of course. Absolutely gorgeous, really lovely. I'm just going to grab, actually, this is just some ivory solid that I'm just going to pop with. And just how lovely is that? Or, is that vanilla? Is that vanilla? That's vanilla. But I'm also going to show you this one. This is ZT42. Is that mocha or beige? Doesn't that look lovely? That's beige. Love that. The vanilla, though, I'm particularly taken with, just for a little bit of brightness. Lovely and warm. Really lovely. Really lovely. There's vanilla side graphic if you want to get yourself some of those. That's cut off the bolt for you, of course, so if you want to get a metre and a half to go with your mega bundle, or if you're maybe selecting 2 or 3 fabrics here with a bag project in mind and you want something for the lining, about half a metre to a metre for your lining. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Paprika would work really well too, just saying. HQ38. Now this has got a little bit of that paprika in it as well. Really taken with this print. That is lovely. That is absolutely gorgeous. Look at the detail in that. You're getting amazing quality without paying amazing quality price, I think. £6.99, fantastic. I've been stealing myself, I'll be honest, I've been stealing myself for the last 2 years. In fact, more than that, the industry has been talking about the price of cotton, just the price of cotton, probably for about the last 4 years, and about these sort of tremendous hikes in price that are going to happen. Then we've had the global sort of shipping issues, price increases. I mean, eye-watering price hikes. You know, a 40-foot shipping container going from less than £4,000 to £11,000. Huge. And I think we rarely think of that as a consumer, but I've been expecting all these different elements to push the price up to £20 a metre for quilting fabric, which seriously I think would be realistic. I can't believe that we're still maintaining such amazing prices. And actually, I've got used to £7.49 per half metre. This is £6.99 for half metre, and it is absolutely gorgeous quality. 2 more fabrics in that bundle, and then we'll move on. We have still got 5 of that mega bundle available. This is ES58. This is beautiful. I could quite easily have a bolt of that. I love that little bit of grey in there, that silver grey. Beautiful. Pillowcases, just something simple. I'm just going to team this. This is silver mink. And I think what this is picking out is just this colour here, which is hard to see, I think, unless you're right next to it, but it's really, really spot on colour match. Absolutely lovely. And what I'm going to do is just flip that back so there's just an edge there. Let me just a little edge there, which I think, you know, I'm thinking in quilting, if this was your binding, if this was a little flange border or a little edging, this would go very well with William Morris, I think. Mineral. Beautiful. Really beautiful. Great stash builder too. Lots of you now sharing with us how old you were in 1999. Let me see. Oh, Kim says, is it Kim? No, Teresa. Morning, Stuart and team. Loving the fabric today. I was 35 in 1999. The gallery are mere babes. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? They really are. And they constantly remind me. Fiona says, me too. Yes, me too. I was 50 in 1999. This is from the other Jan. Thank you, the other Jan. Oh, gosh. Oh. Yeah. When you think when 1999 was, there are lots of things now on the internet I keep seeing about, you know, we're closer to the moon landing than Victorian times or something like, oh, I don't know. You know, the kind of thing where you think, gosh, oh, yeah, the 80s were 40 years ago. Don't do it. Don't do it. IS53. I don't want to think about it. Love this one. Absolutely love this print. It's really gorgeous. Really gorgeous. I tell you what, the 80s were fabulous. The 80s were fabulous. I tell you, one of the things I loved, the music was fabulous. Yeah, no, they were fantastic. And I loved the fashion because it was really kind of bright and fun and carefree, and everyone had coloured hair and everyone wore makeup, and it was all quite, you know, it was all new romantics or soft sell, and it was fantastic. I loved the 80s. I was a teenager in the 80s and it was great fun. Batwing sleeves, big hair, guy liner. Loved it. Morning, Stuart. How are your new lambs? Loving the project behind you. Tricia in Warwickshire. Well, Tricia, thank you. The lambs are doing great. They're all bonny. I must try and get some pictures up. And the goat kids as well are doing really well. We've 3 now. We've got Heather and Ellie, who were the original 2, and we've got Titus, who was tiny when he was born, but is now really flourishing and doing very well. Everything's good. The project's behind. Now, are we talking this project here, this gorgeous runner? This is Wendy Orlando. This is coming up at 11 o'clock. Brand new fabric collection there. Gorgeous kind of Victoriana. The tulips, lipstick and nail polish is from my Bookmaker 100 Quilts. That's at 12 o'clock. The lollipop flowers is from Simple Shape Stunning Quilts. I've done that in Cave. That's 12 o'clock. Gorgeous Quilt As You Go. This is coming up in the next hour with Wendy Orlando, who's going to give us a lesson on how to do Quilt As You Go. And then we've got some more quilts down there. We've more quilts. Oh, if you do want that mega bundle from this hour, by the way, there are just 3 left. Just 3 left. You're getting an amazing price there, actually. £76 for 12 half metres. Now, I'll tell you another person I'm very keen on, Christopher Wilson Tate. He's a fantastic guy. He's got a wonderful shop in London, the Antique Textiles Company, and he's been collecting antique quilts since he was 15, would you believe? And he started dealing antique quilts not long after. So he's got this amazing private collection of more than 600 antique quilts. He's a real expert, and then he started working with Moda a few years ago to create these fabric collections. Now, they're so beautiful, you'll love them. If you love William Morris, if you love Liberty, if you love Moda, if you love, just gorgeous. This is Regency Somerset Blues. Now, we've got right here the 10-inch layer cake, okay? 10-inch layer cake, and I've actually got one right here which is already opened. Gorgeous fabrics these, and what's lovely, I've bought a few of Christopher's previous collections which were kind of all blue, so if you've got those, these are going to work really well, but what you've got is the added benefit of beautiful golden yellows. Let me show you. The prints are just fab. I mean, that's so gorgeous. It's so traditional, but also so modern as well. Fabulous florals. Can you see how you could work these in with your William Morris, your Liberty, your Moda, other ranges? That's glorious. Need much more of that. Beautiful, lovely soft greys in here as well. There's a grey palette mixed with cream, which is so soft and restful. These are very lovely too. Now we're going to drop that price a little bit. Why not? It's only ever been $47.99, but we're feeling generous today. Oh, Cat. Why not? $42.99. We're going through into the golds now. This adds a real richness, a warmth. It's buttery and warm. And then we've got some really, that I just love. And it is very kind of Regency, isn't it? It's Cheltenham. It's glorious kind of stucco mansion. Absolutely gorgeous, elegant, beautiful. So with that, oh, you're kidding me, $39.99. If you want it, grab it. It's not going to hang around at that price. Huh? Wow. Rather tempted myself, Cat. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Don't forget to check out. Some of you buying multiples, well done you, but don't forget to check out. It's an amazing price, $39.99 for Christopher Wilson Tate's brand new Regency Somerset Blues collection. Well done every one of you who's got that. Terrific stuff, terrific stuff. He's such a great guy. Now, we've also got the design roll, same designs, but in a jelly roll. Okay, this is a jelly roll. 40. Oh, we've got a different collection. That it's a different collection. The one in the that I've got next to me. Yeah. So what you've got in here are exactly the same designs as you saw in the layer cake, but in a 2.5-inch strip format. Okay, so you've got those lovely deep rich indigo blues, you've got those lovely soft grey blues, sky blues, through into your creams, your tans, and then those really beautiful golds. I hope actually Christopher does a range that really features more of these golden yellows. I think they're super. We don't see enough yellow fabrics. Smashing. Love those. Oh, we're doing it again. We're doing it again. $39.99. Make sure you're checking out on both. It's a good day to treat yourself. Might be your birthday, might not, but hey, it's Louise's birthday today. Happy birthday, Louise. I hope you've seen something to tempt and treat yourself. Now, one last special deal before I leave you for a little break. Our Fat Quarter Mixer Pack. Now then, let me grab one. Here it is, here it is. Now these are gorgeous mottled mixer fabrics. We've got a beautiful blended kind of rainbow effect, and then we've also got a solid black in there. So you're getting 7 beautiful rainbow mottles plus a fat quarter of the solid black. Now at the moment the price is a bit of a mystery. Should be $15.99 per fat quarter pack. But this special deal, you're not getting one, you're getting 2 of those packs, and the price for those 2 packs, so you're effectively getting half a metre of each, but obviously cut into fat quarters. The price is $25.60. Wowza. So we're getting 4 metres of fabric in total for $25.60. That's incredible. Are you sure that's... Oh, amazing. 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 What does that work out? You're kidding me. £1.60 per fat quarter. There'll be shops buying these. That's amazing. £1.60 a fat quarter. So you're getting 2 full rainbows. You'll get 2 sets. We've only got 10 of these left. You'll need to be really, really quick if you're going to get this. They are literally flying out the door. Sue has been in touch to say, I worked in Liverpool in the 80s and we used to see Pete Burns from Dead or Alive in our lunch hour. Fabulous days. Pete Burns, I absolutely... You spin me right round, baby, right round. I can't sing anymore, otherwise we'll have to pay a licence. Although apparently I was told yesterday that a licence wouldn't have to be paid because my version was so unrecognisable. I just laugh. I just laugh. Anyway, that's an amazing deal. 21 of you have got this in your basket. We've got 5 left. Okay, 20. Yeah. Keep going through. Keep going through. All right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we've got the fabulous and effervescent Wendy Orlando with a brand new fabric collection. It is so gorgeous, and a wonderful tutorial on Quilt as you go. So don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com. Or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi, good morning. Welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and it is my pleasure to have your company today and also our fabulous guest this morning, Wendy Orlando. Hey, Wendy.
Good morning. I have no idea where to look, so...
We're talking Quilt As You Go, aren't we, today?
Are, yes.
It's all about Quilt As You Go, which is absolutely fab. It's a technique that Wendy and I were talking about a few months ago. And we talk about Quilt As You Go a lot. We talk about that as a way of making larger quilts more manageable for quilting and working on at home. And today, Wendy's going to be giving us a full tutorial on how to do traditional Quilt As You Go, but also a method that she has adapted and developed herself to create a different kind of Quilt As You Go, which I think is really exciting, innovative. It's why we have the very best guests here on Sewing Street. Wendy, we're thrilled.
Sorry, I just seen someone go
You're
past.
just gazing around. Wendy's, bless her, it's Wendy's first time in the new studio, and it is a little bit like...
I love it.
Oh, it's
I
just-
absolutely love it.
Are you loving it?
The green room, wow, I could have
There you go.
I can, you know, like I normally have my kitchen little darts.
Did you get a foot massage?
No.
Oh, wow.
Have to have words about that.
Well, it's something to look forward to.
I don't like feet, so it's not.
Yeah, forget that. Anyway, we have got the most wonderful collection of fabrics for you. It's called Calendar Girls. It is so cute. It is so fresh for spring and summer. I know you're going to love it. Now, what we've got here in this bundle, this is the bundle to make Wendy's fabulous quilt, which is right behind us. Here's a better shot. 12 panels, each featuring a calendar girl enjoying activities that relate to that month, I think is the best way of putting it. I'll show you the panels anyway. And this gorgeous, lovely, fresh pastel palette of solids to join the blocks together. Great opportunity for you to try different quilting techniques, as Wendy did. She's going to be talking through some of those with us today. A great chance for you to develop your skills in free motion or hand quilting and then join them together. Maybe you've never made a larger quilt. It's always put you off the idea of quilting a really big quilt. This is all done block by block and then joined together once it's been quilted. So really achievable. Wendy's going to show us her techniques for creating fabulous Quilt As You Go quilts. So excited about that. So what you get in your bundle is you get 2 panels. Now let me grab the panels first of all, and I'm going to open them out so you can see. So each panel features 6 different scenes, or 6 different months if you like. So I'm going to hold it up so you can have a proper look at that. So this is one of the panels, and you can see the palette is gorgeous, isn't it? It's that lovely kind of rose pink, fresh spring green, bit of gorgeous blue as well. You can buy these panels on their own. Okay, not for long though, seriously. They are absolutely flying out. So these panels won't be around for very long. But we have got a big bundle with all 12 blocks, both panels, with all the solids and instructions. Okay, so that is the first 6. Okay, love that summertime one. Can't wait to get on the beach, Wendy.
My favourite one's on there.
Is it? Which one?
The one on the swing. That's just
yeah,
me.
That's you.
That's me.
Joie de vivre. Joie de vivre. Okay, here's your second panel. And this one. Oh, that's really fun. That's me, right? Oh no, that's wrong. That's
wrong.
different. That's wrong. That's wrong. Oh, I do like that though. Is that available? Oh, okay. We'll do that in a sec. Wrong, so wrong. Now, I don't know if we've got the other panel. Let's see. Shall I? Oh, okay. Right, it's not going to be that. I'm going to give you that one back as well. I'm just going to have a look at this one.
Oh, I think it might be that one.
That one's, no, that's small
Yeah,
as
it is
well.
that one.
Let me try that one. It's that one. We think it's this one.
It is that one.
Yes, good. We've got it. We've got it. Excellent. We're there. So this is your second panel. Haha. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, I love that. October. There's October, look. Little witchy poo. Love the ice skating. Oh, these are really fun. These are really fun. Gorgeous. Is that one down there? Is that March, the green one? Is that for March, kind of St. Patrick's Day?
Yes.
Yeah, Valentine's, February. Oh, I'm loving this. This is really fun. Okay, you can't get these panels on their own. Oh, they're only available in the bundle. This is the only way you can get them. Those are great because actually if you didn't want to make a quilt, you could do so many other things with those panels. You could create like a monthly cushion that you put out. You could add piecing to those around them and create a different wall hanging for each month. You could have that as the centre and then have borders around. Oh, there's so much you could do with those. I love them. So you get those. Then, oh, look at these. This is sugared almonds, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. A metre of each. These are all Rose and Hubble. You get ice green. That's gorgeous. You get lemon. Powder blue. And light pink. Those are beautiful. And then you also get Wendy Orlando's exclusive instructions. Now, I want to just make a point about these because what Wendy's done here is Wendy's written instructions for Quilt As You Go. So this is not how to make this quilt and only this quilt, okay, which would be lovely but limiting. This is how to do Quilt As You Go forever. Any size, different widths of sashing, all her techniques, that's everything. That's absolutely fantastic. Even how to do rectangular blocks, square, large, small. This is brilliant, Wendy.
Oh, thank you.
This is fab. Whew,
All
like
hand drawn
that.
by myself as well.
Yeah, that's so cool. And also I get asked all the time, how do you do Quilt As You Go? Because it's such a popular technique, or it's a technique that really solves a problem, which is how to manage a big quilt. Now this is in your bundle for $59.99, which I think is stonking value for those 2 exclusive panels and 4 meters of fabric plus your instructions. However, if you want to get the instructions on their own, you can, but we've got less than 15 available. Okay, it's $9.99. They've been absolutely flying out, Wendy. Well done, well done. You know, it just goes to show, doesn't it? This is a technique we all need to know. We all need to know how to do Quilt As You Go. We're in talks right as we speak about maybe getting some more of the instructions on their own. We've only got 14 available, but there are 23 in baskets. So if you're one of those 23, I urge you to check out now rather than waiting, otherwise you will miss out. Now there's a possibility, now we've only got 8 left, that we might be able to get some more in, but we can't promise. They are still available within the mega bundle. And I do think that mega bundle's fab because, well, $59.99, okay, anyway, those 2 panels are so gorgeous. They're really different and they're really fun. I actually, in the last year or so, I've really got into working with panels to create fun projects, really from working at Sewing Street, because they offer kind of a bit of instant gratification. You know, you don't have to do anything at all, really. You can cut out the square and then just put a back on it and it's a cushion and it's lovely. If you want to, you can quilt it and it's lovelier. You can add a bit of piecing if you wish, some borders. But then you can start doing other things with them, can't
Go crazy.
you?
Yeah.
You really can go crazy. So cool. Now, we did see another panel briefly earlier on, which is... This is called All Year Round, and what you've got on here are smaller versions of those blocks plus a bit of coordinate down the far end. Isn't that fun? Now this, you're kidding me, $9.99 for that. That's amazing. So you've got the same images as on the larger, but they're obviously much, much smaller. There are only 13 of these left. 27 in baskets. Okay, not a maths genius. I know that isn't going to work out.
No,
it's not going to work out. That is really fun, isn't it? That would be really fun actually to make a perpetual calendar quilt to hang on the wall,
yes.
wouldn't it? You know, you could maybe make a little, I don't know, a little pointer or something like that to point, or a frame that goes over the month that it is. You could, you know, I don't know, really fun. Just 7 of those left, and there are 32 of them in baskets.
We knew that was going to go though, didn't we?
Okay. Gotcha. Now, just to let you know, the instructions on their own, Wendy's Quilt As You Go instructions on their own, have now sold out. We're working really hard to try and get that back in stock today if we can, but I can't promise. However, you can get those instructions in the bundle of fabrics to make Wendy's quilt. What you get there is your instructions. You get 4 meters of these beautiful Rose and Hubble, real good quality solids. Gorgeous pastels, ice green, lemon, powder blue and light pink. And then you also get those 2 large panels. Image wise, what sort of size is each square? Is it about 12.5 inch?
Well, I trimmed mine down, and you'll see why in a moment.
Okay.
But I think mine were 11 and a half. I trimmed them down to.
Okay, so about 12 inch.
Yes, about 12, and then I
Yeah.
trimmed them down.
Awesome.
Yes, I think. Yes, I trimmed them down to 11 and a half.
So we've got about a 12 inch
Yes.
square image.
Yeah.
So you're getting 6 12 inch square images on one panel, 12 different ones on the other. So you're getting your full year in those 2 panels, plus your instructions, plus your 4 meters of solid. And remember, with Quilt As You Go, you're creating the backing and the whole quilt sandwich in one. So this isn't just fabric for sashing your quilt. This is the whole of your backing for your quilt as well. This is backed, sashed, feature blocks, binding as well, plus instructions that you will use forevermore for $59.99. That is a terrific deal. You cannot get these panels any other way from Sewing Street. I'm just going to open these up again because they are super cute. Here are, those are great fun, aren't they? I think they're lovely. Half the stock of our mega bundle kit has now gone. Let me just, instructions have sold out too. The other little panels sold out. So, okay. There's one more way to buy into this gorgeous new range, Calendar Girls, and it is a mega bundle. Gotcha. Right, so what you're getting in this mega bundle, it's 5.5 meters of fabric plus a panel. Okay. And now the panel that you're getting is the one that sold out moments ago. It's your 12 small images. These are around about 6 inches square, I'd say, without measuring it. They're about 6 inches square. You're also getting those coordinates down the far end. Okay, so you're getting your full 12 months. And there's lovely fabric in between each one. So if you wanted to just layer and quilt the panel as it is, you absolutely could. Or I would probably cut them with like a little bit of a border. So you just ended up maybe 1/4 of an inch, little mini border around. So you're getting that. And then you're also getting all the coordinating fabric. You're getting 5.5 meters of fabric here. Now then, these are all available on the website individually. They're on today's show deals. $7.49 per half metre. I'm going to give you a quick overview of them. So we've got kind of flower girls. These are really great. I love these. This has got bags written all over it, hasn't it? All holding different bouquets of flowers on a gorgeous green background. Then you've got this one, which is kind of like an all-over calendar print. You've actually got the names of the months of the year as well, been really popular on pre-order, that one. There's so much you could do with that. It's a really different range of fabric. Ah, super cute, loving that. Look at that one. You can always tell the ones I really love because I start opening them up. That's really fun. All sorts of different hats and headwear. Love that. It's a fun range, this, isn't it? Okay, different kind of ways to travel. Ice skates, bicycles. I mean, that's basically covered the way I travel.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't got roller skates on, so we
Or it hasn't got people falling on the bottom, which would be me.
This is a lovely summery print. These are gorgeous because you could dip into this stash throughout the year and find fabrics there that you can use for spring, summer, autumn, winter. I'm thinking a little bag for the beach, sunglass case. But then look, we've jumped to more wintry. I can get ahead with my wintry projects and start making a few gifts for Christmas even in there. These would work really well, so well with the panel, because you could create a little mini quilt for each month to hang up, couldn't you? You could use one of the squares from the panel that you're getting. They're about 6 inches square each image, and then you could choose one or two of these coordinates to border that, maybe make a 10-inch mini quilt or a 12-inch mini quilt. Look at that, how fabulous is that? Maybe mixing a little bit of solids here and there. And then have a little area in your home where you can just display, you know, it's July, it's December, and have those. Oh, this is lovely for spring.
That's
oh,
my
that's
favourite.
just, that's
Yeah.
really nice
That is my
fabric.
favourite.
That's gorgeous. If you want to know the codes for any of these, just get in touch, but they are all on the website on pre-order. On today's show deals, beg your pardon. A little bit of romance. La da da da, ba 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 da ba ba. That's gorgeous. Not allowed to sing because we'll get charged because it's so recognisable. Oh, that's cute.
I don't know why, but that reminds me of Mary Poppins.
Yes.
But she didn't.
Yes.
I just don't know why.
I get it.
And that's
I
one of my
get
favourite
it.
films.
So beautiful. Great range of fabric. Don't forget, you're getting the panel as well, which is completely sold out on its own. You're getting all of that for $84.89. Fantastic. Lots of you checking out on that bundle. We've only got 20 of them to go round. Whew, Wendy, we need to get on and start the demos.
We do.
It's over to you, my love. Now tell me.
There's no clock in here, so I have no idea what time it is.
So it's just after 9:20. We've got
There is
loads of time.
There is a clock in here.
There certainly is. You just got to know where it is. I didn't know where it was yesterday.
I know where it is now.
Anyway, can I get a hug?
Yes, you can.
Because we're allowed now.
I know.
Oh, my darling,
I've
it's so
missed
lovely to have you back.
I have missed you.
Missed you too. So
missed
you've been
your
a busy.
cheekiness.
You've been busy.
Well, actually, I've been really busy, like with life admin apart from this. But yes, because it's your fault.
It is my
This is your
fault.
fault because you said to me, didn't you, not so long ago, you need to do Quilt as you go. So I did.
Because you were talking to me about struggling to quilt a big quilt. And I said, well, why don't you try Quilt as you go? And you hadn't heard
No, I
of
think
it.
you insisted I tried it,
I
actually.
did actually insist. Well, the thing is, why be held back from doing something? There's always a technique, you just don't know it yet.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So you went out and you just did the research.
I did, and it showed you how to quilt as you go, but then it didn't take you one step further, which is what I wanted to do, because as much as I love quilt as you go, I like big sashing, and it didn't really show me that. So actually,
Well, just show us. You've got a sample, haven't
I
you, that
have,
shows like traditional
but
quilt as you go.
your fabric
It's very narrow.
Your
yeah.
fabric, this here, it doesn't look it, but it's a quilt as you go. So you can make a runner. So if you're a little bit unsure of the technique, don't go for a whole quilt to start off with. Just do a quilt as you go.
Do something small.
Yes, brilliant. But so this is the actual technique itself.
Will you just show us the narrow Quilt As You Go? Because I know lots of you might have done Quilt As You Go at home, where everything's joined together with these very narrow sashings, and you can just see them right
here. So
here.
this is the traditional Quilt As You Go, where you would just quilt your panels and then join them with a thin strip here. And when you look for any instructions on it, this is what they show you.
Yeah.
But I didn't want that.
You wanted wide sashing.
I wanted, yeah. And the beauty of this is, with a Quilt As You Go quilt, it looks just as incredible on the back as it does on the front.
Because you can have all different colours on the back, can't you?
And that's why that fabric is incredible, because when you're new to quilting, then just try it really simple. So this is really simple because you don't have to piece anything together.
No, you're working on one block at a time. And you developed the technique beyond the narrow sashing, which is what we've seen before. And you've actually created a way to have wide sashing. So if you wanted to do a plique in your sashing or quilting in your sashing, look at this now. I think this is genius. So now Wendy's developed a technique for doing wide sashings.
And you know, it is out there, that the technique is out there, but it's not broadly shown, because most of the people just actually show you how to do this thin sashing.
So you're going to show us how to do both?
I'm going to show you how to do both.
Fantastic.
Now, it's the thing with the thinner, I love it, it's a little bit more rigid.
Okay.
Where when you go a little bit wider, you've got that fluidity.
Softness.
And that's what I want. Softness.
Great.
That's the one.
Great.
So I'm going to show you how to do both. Now, I also wanted to show you, as you say, the instructions do not tell you how to make this quilt. What they do tell you is, and it's a very full-on comprehensive instructions. So I will go through everything to show you how to size your quilts, all the different blocks that you can do. And if you are new, I would suggest that you do start with a plain fabric block. Now, it doesn't have to be plain material, it can be a patterned fabric.
Well,
but just
hello.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
hello.
here we go. This is absolutely perfect, isn't it? A printed panel. Practice your quilting. I mean, if I had £1 every time I heard a quilter say, I wish I felt more confident with machine quilting, either with a walking foot or free motion quilting, this is your opportunity to practice, to develop, to get better in a way that's very, very easy to learn.
And that's what it was very important for this, that you know, although I am in awe of all these quilts, especially these, I've had a look and a touch and a feel of these today, I'm actually interested in getting people that have got the machine in the corner of them, that are scared of it, that want to try quilting but are scared of it. You can absolutely do that with this technique. Now, if I was doing a massive quilt, I would send it off to get it long-armed. I do want a long-arm quilt.
Okay,
that is
fair
on
enough.
my Christmas list.
I can help you with that.
Thank you. I would actually get it sent off. But the thing is, we all make these blocks and then think, oh, they're not quite good enough. Just have a go at this, and then when you get more experienced, if you've got a massive quilt, send it off to be long-armed. Right, so the first thing I actually wanted to show you, as I say, the instructions do not tell you what sizes to cut, but they give you a guide. So you will create a sandwich. We call it a quilt sandwich. And what it consists of is your backing fabric. So this is a great chance to use any other fabrics if you wanted.
But we've got those beautiful pastels, haven't we, in the bundle? That is getting really limited, by the way, that lovely bundle of Wendy's instructions, the 2 panels with the 12-inch images and the 4 meters of beautiful pastel solids. That is getting very, very limited now. Be quick if you wanted that bundle. Sorry, Wendy, so you layer that up.
We spent a long time with the pastels because we tried them with all sorts of colours, but we felt that the block was the main star of the party here. We didn't want to overpower it with the fabrics, so we went with nice pastel. It's coming to spring, it's coming to summer, so we wanted to go for the lighter colours. You don't have to use those colours. If you've got your own stash at home, then you may want to use those. Absolutely fine. Yeah, so the first thing that you would do is create your quilt sandwich. Now, because this fabric, I really struggle seeing the wrong side and the right side of this fabric. It's that lovely, it's that nice. But what you want on your sandwich is both sides to have the good side, so the right side of the fabric on the outer. So that means that you've got the wrong side of the fabric, and then you have your wadding, and then you have your block. Now, I don't know how you do it, Stuart, but I always have them ascending in size order. So I have my block, and then I have my wadding a little bit bigger, and then I have my backing fabric a little bit bigger.
Cool.
That way I can see them all, and I know that I'm going to catch all of the layers. The next thing you want to do is quilt these. Now, you've got the batting there, haven't you? And on the batting, it should give you a guide as to how wide to do your stitching. What you don't want to do, I would definitely quilt a block this size, because when you launder it, then it's going to move around inside. So the stitching is going to stop it from doing that. I don't know if it actually says on there, does it?
So heirloom cotton batting can be quilted as close as 1/4 inch and as far as 3.5 inches apart. So you want your lines to be no more than 3.5
exactly.
inches.
So that's what you're looking for. Don't go beyond that 3.5, because then you are going to get movement in the quilt when you wash it or use it. Now, what I like to do, because I've now got like a squishy sandwich, I actually remove the block for this step, because I find it's easier to draw on a solid surface behind. I am a huge fan, absolutely huge fan of a crosshatch. I don't know if that, it can pick it up. Absolutely huge
Love
fan.
a crosshatch.
Yeah, it's my favourite. But on the quilt behind me, I don't know if we can see it, you'll be really impressed with me. I've done some free motion. I've done free motion. But bear in mind, when you're doing Quilt As You Go, you will see the quilting on the back. So then you need to take into consideration the colour of your back thread. But if you want to go a completely different colour to highlight it, that's absolutely fine. If you're using a patterned fabric on both sides, then you'll get the quilted effect, but maybe you won't see the thread so much. Yes, you can see on that one. So I think, yes, right. This lady, most of these have been cross, because I absolutely love a crosshatch. But we've got her, this one, I don't know if we can go down the bottom here, can we see?
Yeah.
So I've done like the little waves, the lady in the sea, the lady with her beach ball. Yes, so I've done little waves, and then I've gone round the clouds. So you can just do elements of it.
It's really cool.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. But I'm just going to show you how to do a basic crosshatch. And what we do for that, at the moment, I've got my block rough. It's not the exact size, but it's rough. So I'm just going to draw from corner to corner.
Are you using a friction pen?
I am.
10 of those kits left now. That, remember, you're getting your 2 panels. Only way you can get those panels, your instructions, and 4 meters of the gorgeous pastel solids. 10 left, 19 in baskets.
I haven't.
Messages.
Oh,
Carol,
yes.
welcome back, Wendy.
Oh, thank
as
you.
Bouncy as always. Wendy is like Tigger, isn't she? Yeah, from Winnie the Pooh. You are our Tigger.
As long as I'm not Pooh.
You bounce. No, you bounce. That's what you do. It's what Tiggers do.
And I do.
A message from Barbara. Lovely to see you again, Wendy. Looking forward to your demonstration. Just love Quilt As You Go. Lovely to see you too, Stuart. Thank you, Babs, in Colchester.
Oh, yeah, lovely to see you too.
And
now you want to decide how wide you want your quilting to be. Now, I've done a central line. And now I think I'm going to do, I would just check, because I want to make sure it's the same as this one. I think I did an 1.5 inches actually. Oh, I did 2. Did I? Oh, I did 2. Oops.
A 2-inch grid.
Okay, I did 2.
So we know, so long as our lines are no more than 3.5 inches apart, we're good.
Yes, so you could do them 3.5 if you wanted to.
Yeah.
If you're short on time and you want to get it done really quickly. So I'm going to use this line as a guide now, and I'm going to place it along the 2-inch line, because I want them 2 inches apart. So I'm going to draw a line here, and then I'm going to move it up, and then I'm going to place it on that line, and then I've got totally the wrong glasses, so everything's blurred, so I may not even be going on the line. I do apologise. Can you tell you've missed me, Stuart?
Oh, I really have. I really have.
And then we've done that way, so now we're going to turn it around and we're going to draw the other way. So I'm going to place that centre line on the 2 and draw.
Just wondering whether a stripology ruler, whether you could get a pen between the slots.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think you could.
I don't think so.
No.
And
we need that tool. A question from Angela. Good morning. Could you recommend the best type of friction pen? It will be my first time. Thank you, Angie in the West Midlands. Recommend the best type of friction pen.
Well, I do have a favourite.
Yeah.
I like the fat nib.
Yeah.
So there's a a bolder and a finer one. I personally like the bolder one, but of course then you do have to take into consideration the thickness of your nib if you're doing something where you need to get it really exact. This isn't so bad because if I'm a little bit off, no one is going to study my lines, no one.
No, the lines vanish once you remove them, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
And then of course, if you've gone a little bit out, only you're going to know, no one else is going to know. So I absolutely love these.
You like a bolder line?
I do, I like a bolder line.
Easier to see.
Yes, and I
message
think they're on
from
the website.
Nikki. Morning. I was up late, but came and bought this straight away. So glad I managed to get this. Oh, Nikki, well done, well done. There are only 3 of the kits left now and 22 with you in baskets. I mean, well done every single one of you who managed to get hold of that. If you've got any questions, get in touch. I know we spent quite a long time going through the fabric, but they're so gorgeous, so gorgeous. Remember, there's lots of different fabrics coordinates on the website. Just go on our show deals and you can choose what you want. 2 left of the bundle.
Yes. So when you've gone that way, then you just turn around and go corner to corner the other and then mark your lines. So I haven't finished marking them, but I don't want to take up all the time doing this. And then you would just follow the lines. So we would put our sandwich back together again. And this is the beauty of it because it's all done at once. And I don't know about you, but sometimes when I've made a topper, the thought of actually then quilting it, it's like, oh, and I leave it for quite a while. Whereas this, all I have to do once I've done this is add the sashing on.
And that's achievable as well, because if you haven't got a lot of time, you might say, okay, I'm going to do a block. I'm going to quilt a block today, and that might be an hour or an hour and a half. If you've got that time, you can do one block, and it's done. It's finished. It's quilted.
You don't have to worry
it's in
about
the drawer, ready to be joined. Fab.
So all you would then do is you would just follow the lines. Now, your stitch length is quite important in this because the smaller your stitches, the more it's going to pull that fabric down and create height. But when you've got something like a picture, you don't want to distort it. So I personally would do this on this one. I did a 4, and it's given me a nice bit of loft, but not pulled the picture down too far.
For sure.
And also, to your point yesterday, I was watching when you were talking to Cara. There's a couple of reasons why I always make the sandwich like this, because I can now start the stitching off the actual block itself, which means when I add the sashing, my end stitch is encased in the sashing. Or, to your point yesterday, just do a really short stitch at each of the ends so that they don't
But no tying off threads, no pulling them to the back.
Absolutely not.
Hurrah!
Yes, and then when you've done that, so I've quilted it all like this, the next thing you would do is trim your block to size. Now, I do that afterwards because even if you think you've sewn the same, it may be a little bit out. And by cutting them all exactly the same size afterwards, they're all going to be perfect.
They're going to fit together.
They are going to be perfect.
How do you remove friction pen lines? If you've never used a friction pen before, what do you do?
Well, you have to be quick. Pay attention, please.
Okay.
Just pay attention. Okay.
I'm paying attention.
Pay attention. Okay. Are you paying?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't turned it on.
Yeah, you have to be quick, Wendy. I'm still watching.
Yeah, it's not there.
They're still there.
The first thing I do, isn't it, every time I come in, see, you needed to do this. Oh, look, so look, you were missing.
Hey, come on, blinking, you've missed it. There we go.
As soon as it gets any heat. Now, the one thing that I would say is make sure when you create your sandwich to smooth it out once you've drawn the lines.
Yeah, don't iron it.
Because you're just, sorry. So that's it.
That's it. The other thing, just to say as well, we often use friction pens for creating, straight lines. But don't forget as well that if you wanted to do a vermicelli and you want it to be nice and even and you're not that experienced, you can always draw it on with your friction pen.
I didn't think that was going to work.
And then follow your lines. No, follow your lines. Or you can draw a grid, and then you can free motion quilt within that grid as well. So multi-use.
Can I be really honest with you?
Yep.
I drew my free motion lines. Did I just say that?
There's nothing wrong with that.
I am practicing, I am getting better, but I drew them. I didn't always stick to them.
You do what helps. You do what helps.
I know my limits, and that's not my limit.
A message from Susan. Hello, Stuart. How many packs of wadding? This is such a good question.
Ooh.
How many packs of wadding do I need for the Calendar Girl Quilt As You Go? This is my first quilt I'll be attempting. Very excited. I'm not surprised. One of them. That's all you need. One of those. Equally,
yeah, you're going to have loads.
And then some, and then some. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, Quilt As You Go is also a fantastic technique if you've got scraps of batting, the bits you've trimmed off. If you've got enough for a block, you can join them together. But yeah, one of those Hobbs battings, it's $37.99 and it's actually king sized. You're getting 120 inches square. A message from Vera. Good morning, Stuart and Wendy. My two favourite presenters. Oh, you love. You both inspire and cheer me up. Best wishes, Vera from the Isle of Wight. Thank you, my darling. That's lovely.
Oh, that makes me very happy
now,
to hear.
just to let you know, the kit bundle has completely sold out now. We do have some of the mega bundle of fabric available. Remember, you're getting the panel which features the small images, which I have got right here. There it is. You've got all your coordinates. You're getting 11 coordinates, so 5.5 meters in total, and then you're also getting that gorgeous panel which features the 12. They're about 6 inches square, 12 images plus 3 little extra fabric swatches at the end too. $84.89. Right, Wendy, back to you.
Have we got any of those left?
No.
Have they all sold out?
All sold out.
Okay, I've just had a thought. Right.
Okay, Wendy's had a thought.
Just had a thought.
Gird your loins.
Oh. That's enough of that, thank you very much. Look what I'm making as well. I'm making a quilt as you go quilt out of all the fabrics.
Yes.
Sorry.
So that's...
Yeah.
And that's the back?
That's the fabric. So yes, and this is like, I fancy I'm in that kind of mood.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm in that kind of mood.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
How beautiful.
So if you have missed out on the actual Calendar Girls, then you can still do a quilt. And
I think the coordinating fabrics are gorgeous.
I love it. And I did, is it 1/2 meter of each of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I've got all that out of
Brilliant.
that. So I'm going to be making that in the break. Now, the first thing that you're going to do is we'll just pretend that this isn't here for the moment because I've already joined that one. We're going to join, I'm going to do the traditional way here. Now that is an inch strip for the back and it is a 2-inch strip for the front.
So 1 inch for the back, 2 inch for the front.
1 inch, yes, 1 inch for the front and 2 inch for the back. And as you can see here, I don't know if it does show up because they are pastel, but they're different colours. So you can put whatever fabrics you want. You can have each of the sashing a completely different colour. It's entirely up to you. So the back one is 1 inch and the front one is 2, but then we press it in half, wrong sides together. So now it looks like we have 2 inch.
The same.
The two the same.
Yep.
The first thing we're going to do, and they need to be, and it's all explained in the instructions. The instructions are really, really comprehensive. So it goes through all about the different blocks that you can do, and then it goes about how to work out how big you want your quilt. If you're doing this method, which we're going to do now, you don't have to consider your sashing because you'll see in a moment that the blocks butt up to each other. So what you get is what you get.
The sashing doesn't add any
doesn't add
size.
anything. However, when you add sashing that's not the traditional sashing, you do have to factor this in.
Got you.
But
That's going to make a bigger
all
quilt.
All in the instructions, and then it tells you how to do it, and then it tells you how to put them together. And if you do get a little bit stuck, you can either watch this back or they are very comprehensive. So the first thing that we're going to do, I'm going to add it to this one actually. First thing that we're going to do is we're going to put the backing strip. Now it needs to be right sides up because remember, even though it's the back of your quilt, it's still the right side. So you want right sides facing.
Yep.
Bit hard, I probably should have used a fabric that you could see that, but we want the right side of the fabric against the right side of this fabric. And then we want to get the front strip, remember that's folded in half, and we want the raw edge along this edge here. Now,
and Wendy, just to check, those are cut to the same length as your block?
Yes.
Cool.
I would do that because I have trimmed these blocks down to 11.5, so I have cut my strips to 11.5.
Yeah.
don't in this instant be tempted to think, oh, I'll make them fit and then trim them off.
Right.
Cut them all to 11.5 because you want them all to fit. If
Yeah.
you've trimmed your blocks, they will fit.
Yeah.
I have failed miserably
What
and
do
I
you
haven't got
need?
any pins.
Pins, we
Yes,
can get
please,
pins,
sir,
no
thank you.
problem.
I mean, I can do it without, but that's
have
not
some
very
pins, please,
professional,
Kat?
is it? That's
No, it's absolutely fine. You carry on. There should be some pins in the box. Do you want me to come and find them for you?
Oh, are you going to shimmy past me?
Should be some in the trolley right here.
Oh, I've covered the trolley.
Yeah, you certainly have. There we go.
I don't normally use the trolley, do I?
That's all right. It's all right.
I've gone full town on it today. Thank you, sir. No,
Got
yes,
everything? That's it.
you're right, okay.
You've got space. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
Good.
fine, thank you.
Excellent.
I don't take much. I don't need much. So, and I would suggest that you do pin these. You know what I'm like. Sometimes I'm tempted not to, but in this case, because you want everything to keep in its sandwich, so we just pin these together.
So you're pinning through all layers.
All
You've got
the
your
layers.
folded strip on top, raw
Yes.
edges aligned on the right.
Yes.
You've got your single strip on the back, again raw edge aligned, and you're pinning through all those layers.
I am, and remember that you want the right sides because
Right
even though it
sides
is the back,
facing out.
it's still the right side of
Yep.
the fabric. And then I'm going to sew 1/4 of an inch.
Yep.
Just going to put my machine to it. Now I'm sewing through quite a lot of layers, and this machine likes to do a 2 on its 1/4 inch. So I'm just going to turn that up to 2.4 because remember it is a seam, so you do want to join it. I'm not
Now,
going.
breaking news while you sew.
Yes.
Instructions on their own, back in stock. Hooray! We've only got 50 though available, so
okay.
if you want the instructions on their own, now. Do it now, do it now, do it now.
Do it now, do it now.
Remember, these aren't instructions to make one quilt. This is instructions on how to do quilt as you go, kind of forever, with square blocks,
I'm
small
liking
blocks,
this new
large
setup.
blocks. Gorgeous.
Never been so close.
Just going to hang out with my
There's
mate
going to be a
here.
lot of ladies jealous out
I
here,
wore,
isn't there?
I coordinated.
No, I coordinated with you.
That's true, yeah.
are
Half the
funny.
stock of those instructions has already gone. So yes, I did mean it when I said be quick. Be quick, be quick.
Be quick. So remember, this is the traditional way that we're doing now.
Yep.
So we've now sewn them together, and then this is
And
how
so you've actually got, I'm just going to,
you
so
don't-
you've actually
you
got,
don't
sorry,
like
threads, I know. So you've got that strip, that's that single strip on the back, and that's your folded strip on the front. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. Oh.
Good, okay.
So now we're going to put we're going to join the next block. Now I have a little tip here because this is it's tiny, isn't it? So now we need to put right sides together to the right side of the
Got
block.
you.
So all you need to do is keep it in its orientation. So don't twist it round at all, but just turn it over. That's all you're going to do. And then we just shimmy this one. Oh, you've not thought of that, have you?
That's clever.
We're doing a bit of
Those
shimmying.
instructions have sold out. 50 wasn't enough. Wendy, you see you've written instructions that we really need.
Well, this is the thing,
Yeah.
and the reason that I did it is
You've
because
done good.
well, you know that I'm a quilter now. I'm going to call myself.
You are a quilter.
But I was learning, and the one thing that I would get so frustrated with was that I didn't know where to go when I'd done it. So I thought I wanted to make sure, and they're very comprehensive.
Well, unfortunately, Wendy, and it's the limitations of books and magazines, when we get to the quilting, we
Yes.
kind of have to say, quilt as desired.
Yes.
Yeah, now quilt it, because actually quilting is a different hobby.
Yes.
It's a different skill set.
It definitely
And if
is.
the book is, 100 patterns for quilts,
Yep.
it would be twice the length and twice the price or more if you had those instructions.
And-
Yay, says Elizabeth from Merseyside. Sorry, I'm going to do that again. Yay! Second time lucky. I got the instructions. Elizabeth, well done. Well done.
But as you are so right. It's really important that.
I'm going to get you some scissors.
I've got the
No,
thread
I'm getting you.
cutter on
I'm
as
getting you
well.
scissors.
Yes, it's really important. You don't like the threads, do you? It's no good just saying and just quilt it.
I know,
how do
I know,
quilt it?
I
But
know.
I know what you mean. That it's everyone has their own way of doing it as well. But this method here, if I was just kept going, I could make a long bed runner. Fantastic.
Yeah.
But you'll see now that when I turn them the right sides, that these two should butt up to each other. And that's what they do. So that's why you don't need to factor in the sashing when you're working out the width of your quilt. And then I like to press my back. I like to press. If my iron's on. Oh, I'm liking this. I have a new assistant.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Let me hold that open for you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
I love it. Mind your
we are
fingers.
trying really hard to get another 50 of the instructions. We'll do our best.
Oh, bless you. And then I'm going to press that down. So at this point, they should meet.
Yep.
And then we're going to fold.
Look at that.
Look at that. So that's what encases that centre seam. Now what you want to do...
Now do I have to do hand sewing now and hand sew all this down?
Excuse me?
You're looking at me like that
I'm looking at you like that because that's a silly thing to say.
Okay.
Would you like to?
You could.
Would you like to?
Not really.
Okay. No. What you do need to do is
We're here all week. Try the veal.
Make sure that you sew right up to the edge here.
Okay.
Now, so that's what I'm
So you're
going
gonna
to do now.
machine sew?
I'm going to machine
Okay,
sew.
cool.
And
Like
I'm
it.
really lucky with this machine that if I keep it at my 1/4 of an inch, I'm just going to increase the stitch length to 3 because I'm going through a lot of layers and this is just holding it. I've got a piece on my foot that I can use as a guide, so I keep it at my 1/4 of it. Can you see?
Yeah, I
Oh,
can.
and look how close I'm going.
That's really cool.
And I always try and make my machine work for me. Look at that.
Now actually we've got a foot in the next hour which is the Janome edge guide foot, which has an adjustable foot, which is amazing when you need to sew very precisely
I shall be watching
in a particular
that.
position.
I
And
shall
what
be
it's good
watching.
for, Wendy, is if you haven't got, especially if you haven't got a sort of super duper machine with very, very adjustable needles or something like that, Mark, you can do it. This is amazing.
Honestly,
I'm loving this.
I'm sorry, yes.
I'm loving this.
So, I mean, I'm doing it in quick time, so I would at home take much more care over it. So that is, if you have a look,
But
how
look,
gorgeous is that?
Look, we did it. We done it.
Hold
we
on,
done a quilt.
hold on.
We done it. Now you want to cut the threads. We done a quilt.
Oh, I know.
Wendy.
I know. I know. So now it's
Love it.
I'm loving this setup.
Yeah, it's good.
We've waited a long time for this, haven't we?
We did.
So it's
Okay, I'm going to step out now.
Oh, bye. It's exactly the same. So now you can do that. You can do anything you like because all you do is increase the sashing width. Now you do have to do a little bit of maths with this, but I have shown you in the instructions how to do it. But basically, if you want a 2-inch sashing when it's finished, then you need to add on 1/2 inch to allow for your 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. But then that means that the wadding needs to be 1/2 inch smaller than your 2-inch because you have to allow for the seams inside.
Yeah, you don't want double. You
No.
don't want like batting in your seam allowance. So that's just
Right.
butting up.
Yes, so I'm going to show you. Have we got time?
Yeah.
Yes, we have. So, and I thought I was going to make this. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to trim her. I'm just going to trim
You want
her
this
to
one?
size.
You've got the other side.
Have I?
Could you?
No, I
I'm
did
just
the other
thinking
side.
you could
Let
join
me
that
do
one
it.
to that one.
Let's have a long one.
Let's do that.
Let's have a long one. Look, you're causing havoc here this morning. aren't
We've got
you?
so many messages, Wendy, saying thank you so much for demoing Quilt As You Go. We've been waiting for this for such a long time.
That makes my heart burst. That
Mine
makes me do a little
too.
happy dance because
Well, I for one would like to see that happy dance, Wendy Orlando.
Well, I don't think so.
1, 2, 3. Ha!
No.
Nothing. Honestly, you let me down there, Wendy.
I let you down. Sorry, I do apologise. Yeah, it's one of these things that you can make bed runners. I've made the bed runner behind me. Well, I don't know if it's a bed runner or a table runner, but you don't have to just use it on quilts. You can use it for so many other things. You can do really small blocks and have lots of it, or you can do really big blocks. And the thing I like about doing the big blocks is that you can quilt them as you go.
Yeah.
And you're not struggling. I found
And also as well, Wendy, you can do much more sort of extravagant quilting, much more detailed quilting than you might feel confident. I think a lot of us, when we're quilting a large quilt, we just think, oh, that'll do. Like
Yes,
the absolute
absolutely.
minimum you can
Yeah.
get away with. Is this sounding familiar? Whereas when you're working on one block, you can really go to town, really enjoy the process, because you're not struggling with a massive quilt.
that was me.
We don't need to sell quilt as you go, do we? You know the reasons why it's so popular.
It's just amazing. So I'm doing exactly the same. So don't be scared. You don't have to just do the traditional one. If you want a bigger sashing, you go for it. So I've done exactly the same, but this time I've gone wider. So as long as the back one and the front one, so the front one is double the width, pressed in half,
Yeah.
so that it is the same size. And then I've pinned them together. And now I'm going to sew my 1/4 of an inch down the side. You just have to do one more thing extra with the wider sashing, but I'm going to show you that right now. Now what I did find was it gave me the opportunity to use all my bits of wadding up. I don't know what you're like. I make a quilt and then I've got all these bits left over.
Yeah.
So I was... Can you be my personal thread trimmer, please?
Yes.
So it's exactly the same. It's just bigger. So don't be worried. You're just supersizing it. So we do exactly the same. We're now going to put it. We're going to do right sides together. But remember, all you do is turn it over and then shimmy.
So we
So
haven't got an
shimmy.
extra piece of wadding in there at the moment.
No, you put that in.
Ah.
Oh.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm like. I have to make things as easy as it possibly can be. I
cool.
don't do hard. I don't do difficult.
No, I say this exactly the same thing.
I don't do difficult.
Life's tough enough, isn't
It
it, without
is.
making sewing difficult?
And if you're scared of your machine to start off
Uh-huh.
with, then you don't want to add something else into
really
it, do you?
don't.
I'm liking this. Got my personal little studio. Lovely.
I'm just kind of gazing at you adoringly. A message from Veronica saying, morning Wendy and Stuart, enjoying the show. I tried both times to get the instructions and lost out.
okay.
Will they be back in stock soon? Regards, Veronica. Oh, Veronica, I'm sorry. Hopefully within about half an hour we should have them back in stock. We're trying our really best.
I'm just going downstairs. Hold on a minute. Just going downstairs.
Winifred's messaged in, love this Wendy and your demos are fabulous, ordered mine and looking forward to getting my quilt. Love your enthusiasm. Sent from Winifred, who's in Alicante. Winifred, I'm a little bit envious. Janice from Oxford just got in touch. Hello, Wendy and Stuart. Your enthusiasm is infectious. I've ordered the bundle and can't wait to get started, from Janice in Oxfordshire.
Do you know what the amazing
You are
thing's going to
wonderful.
be?
Go on.
That no two people, because I haven't told you, you need to cut it 10 inches, you need to cut it 9 inches.
Right.
Everyone's going to have a different quilt.
Yeah.
And what I thought you could
Well, these
do...
are methods to last a lifetime, aren't
Yes, they are. But with this,
Yeah.
you could put flying geese around the edge, or you could just put a little border. You could do anything.
So with your method of adding like the wider, this could actually be pieced sashing.
Oh, okay, you've taken it up
Couldn't
another
it,
notch
though?
now, haven't
Couldn't
you?
it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So yes, you could do that. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah.
So what would you do though? Would you do?
I'm just wondering, could we have
Because it's
the
folded.
single
Yes, you
on
could.
on the
Yes.
front
Yes.
and the folded on the back?
Absolutely. Because the beauty of this, it is reversible.
Reversible.
Sorry, I've had too much coffee. It's reversible.
Yeah.
So you can do exactly as you
Yeah.
please.
Well, I'm also thinking that if you got Wendy's bundle, but you also bought the mega bundle of coordinates, you could actually use those for some or all of the backgrounds. There's the backing
yes,
squares, and then if you
yes.
had the pastel sashings in between, then you've got a reversible quilt that's also really fun both sides.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. You see, I knew there was a reason you were here this morning.
Well, it's a partnership, isn't it?
And then
I don't want to be completely redundant while you're here, Wendy.
you thought, I know the limits of the art.
You are a one-woman show. It has got to be said.
You were a bit of a
But
panic then, weren't
you
you?
know, yeah.
It's like she's left the iron on too long.
No, I wasn't panicking about that.
Right, so
I wasn't even aware.
I like to press from the back, and then I turn it over. Oh, she's upside down. See, I think that could be me as well. I love them all.
agree.
And now,
I want it to be me.
and now,
Oh, look at that.
I
It
know,
just slots
look at
in
it.
place.
Because I calculated the width of my sashing.
Yep.
And then I knew that I had to go, as I say, the calculations are all in
Yep.
there.
Yep.
They're not like if you do 2, you need to cut this, but it tells you how to do the method. Oh, look at you.
Wendy, this
Oh
is genius, though. This is genius.
It is, isn't it? So you could make 10-inch sashes.
You child prodigy, you.
You could make 10-inch sashes.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a hackle then, wasn't it? That's I sounded like November or October then, didn't I? The witch. So.
Am I pretty?
Oh, that sounded awful. But now, it's less than 3.5, so technically you don't need
to quilt
it if you don't want to. But
no.
How amazing would that be with like a little fancy bit of quilting down
Yeah,
there?
and also it's just a strip, isn't it, that you're going to put through your sewing machine, so you could quilt that.
Have I got it right?
I think it looks
You're a bit of a
ace.
perfectionist,
I think it
aren't you?
looks ace.
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, you can see is that you must make sure that you go over that line of stitching.
Yeah.
But with all of them I've done, they're well over that line.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm just going to sew down here. Again, I have increased my stitch length slightly. I'm using my foot as a guide.
Yeah, nice.
Yes, look at that. So don't be scared. I actually find the wider sashing easier.
Yes.
Because I've got so much fabric to work with, and then I'm going to turn it round,
And then you quilt on the other
I'm
side.
using the
That's so
guide.
cool. See, I've always avoided a lot of quilt as you go because of all the hand sewing.
Oh, would
Because
you have hand sewn those?
traditionally that
Oh, dear.
folded edge is hand sewn.
Am I controversial again?
Wendy, I think the thing is, I think we're very similar in many ways on that because I've spent most of my quilting career just working out a way of doing something myself
Yes.
rather than learning from a class or a book.
That's the correct way, then that's the Wendy way.
Right. And it's about solving an issue
yes.
and achieving what I want, and that's what that does.
But, so, I mean, look how gorgeous that is.
Absolutely
And
fantastic.
as I say, you can go as wide as you want. If you use the method in the instructions on how to calculate it, and once you get your head around it, it's very easy anyway.
Yeah.
You can have everything pre-cut, which is what I have, and I'm going to go and finish it in the break. I
love it.
It's just amazing, isn't it? And then the rows are just as simple, but on a wider scale.
Yeah.
So you do exactly the same method to join the rows. I don't know what I'm going to use it for.
It's so cool. It's just so cool.
Now that would make a bed runner, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Now,
yes, it would.
I've had a couple of thoughts if we have time. First of all, you can have different size sashing along the row as long as you, in each of the row, have the same sashing.
Right.
But you could have a 3, a 2, a 1, and then a 1, 2, 3. As long as the rows equal the same, then you can put any amount of sashing.
Mix and
I'm
match.
really looking forward to that. And also, on the quilt, you can see that I've bound the edges here. Now, I haven't put any sashing down the side, but there's nothing to stop you doing that. And if you do, just make sure that when you put the wadding in, then I would put the wadding in, then trim it to size because you want the wadding to be right up to the edge before you bind it. But on the instructions as well, which I've actually gone one beyond this time, I've done a really comprehensive guide to binding with actual diagrams. So before I just tell you what to do, now I show you what to do.
That is fabulous.
I'm
we
done.
are working really, really hard to get those instructions back in stock. I will let you as soon as I know if we've been able to do that, and we'll get those graphics up on screen. A message from Georgina. Hi, Wendy and Stuart. Working from home today, but not getting much done at the moment as I'm enjoying the demos. Don't tell my boss. Shh. Listen,
we won't
what
say.
happens on Sewing Street stays on Sewing Street. A message from Michelle. Loving the show this morning and how things are explained. From Michelle in Kent. Ace, thank you so much. Question. We have a question. I love the show. Wendy, do you have to hem the sashes first? No, because you.
Exactly as I showed it. That's how
you do
it. And for the to join the rows, is exactly the same. Just make sure that it's nice, you've got a nice crisp edge. So sometimes you might need to just like trim it off a bit.
Little trim.
There's nothing wrong with a little trim. Because you want a nice crisp edge when you put that on. But no, exactly as you have seen me do it today, I know it's rather quick, but that's the procedure that you do.
Absolutely brilliant. Thanks, Wendy,
You're
so
welcome.
much. You're amazing. You can always re-watch the show, of course, if you want to like a recap and just refresh your memory. Brilliant technique. Thank you so much, Wendy.
See you
You're
later.
superstar. We'll see you in an hour. Just wanted to recap that mega bundle, by the way, before we go to break. We have got 11 different fabrics and they all coordinate brilliantly. Then we've also got the panel. Now the panel sold out so quickly on its own, but you can get this panel within your bundle. Each of the 12 images there, it's one for each month of the year, and you've also got loads of detail in there, really fun. You can make little bags out of them, you could make a calendar, you could make 12 mini quilts, adding in some coordinates. There's loads you can do. You've even got, look, some extra fabric on the end that you can add in to the mix. So you get that panel, but then you also get 11 more fabrics and you get a ½ meter of each. And these coordinate absolutely perfectly with the Calendar Girls. They're all from the Calendar Girls range. There they are on screen. Different sort of seasons, different monthly themes, if you like. There's weather, there's transport, there's hearts, flowers, all on the website. Have a look. It might be that you just want a couple of those to coordinate, do some borders around the whole panel. Maybe you want to make some mini quilts. Have a look. I'll just show you this very quickly. This is a cushion that Wendy's used, or Wendy's made, using the coordinating fabrics. Now you're going to be showing this fabulous technique, aren't you, at 11 o'clock?
I am.
Which I'm really excited about. This uses all the coordinates, little border, really cute backing as well. This is using the mega bundle. What a fantastic idea.
It's gorgeous,
Lovely
isn't
little
it?
bonus.
Oh, it is.
Wendy, you're a giver. That's why we love you. We are working as hard and as quickly as we can to get those instructions back in stock. Keep watching. We'll let you know as soon as they're back in stock and available. After the break, we're going to have an hour on quilting tools. I'm going to give you some great demos as well, show you how to use those tools. So have a little break and I'll see you after this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
I just want to say, this isn't a pre-record. I brought another shirt. I brought another shirt with me, and I said, I really want to change my shirt. Florals, you see, florals. So on trend. Welcome back, everybody. I want to start just by saying a really massive thank you to everybody that messaged in the last hour. Wendy, I was absolutely thrilled to get so many messages, and it was really lovely to hear from you all. Sorry we didn't get to share them all. There were literally hundreds of messages. Sorry if we didn't get to show yours, but we really appreciate it. We'll let Wendy make sure that she has to read through them all, but really appreciate that. Thank you. Now, very, very good news is that we've managed to get some more of Wendy's Quilt As You Go instructions printed. Some more. some more. This will be it. This will be it. We've managed to get just under 80. There's less than 80. But we've got those printed. Okay. The phone lines have just lit up. Everyone's jumping back on. Yeah. Call centre will get to answer your call, I promise. We've 60 have just jumped into baskets. The web is probably the quickest way to get your instructions, probably the only way I would think is the fair. Yeah, quarter of the stock already gone. $9.99 for Wendy Orlando's Quilt As You Go instructions, a step-by-step guide calculating block sizes, tips on quilting, adding sashing and binding the finished quilt. It's all there in Wendy's instructions. Half the stock now has gone. You will need to be super quick. This is our last chance now today. There are 20 left. So well done every single one of you who has managed to get the instructions. We will try. I don't think it'll be today, but we will try to get those instructions back in stock as soon as we possibly can. Thank you to everybody who's got involved with that. Really, really thrilled to bits for Wendy. Well, I'm going to leave that with you. We have a fabulous hour now on quilting essential tools, and I'm really excited actually because in this hour we've got 4 fabulous speciality feet from Janome that are going to be suitable for your Janome machines, also your Elna sewing machines. Fantastic feet, the kind of feet that aren't included with any of your bundles, but that lots of you ask for, lots of you need. Let's start with the bias binding attaching foot. Now, it's one of my favourites. I'm just going to grab some scissors so I can get into the packs. We've got a little video actually we're going to show you, but I want to just show you this. Essentially, this foot is for attaching binding to things like quilts. Let me just, there we go, that's better. You can go around curves, binding, so great for dressmakers as well if you like to do a Hong Kong finish or a bound finish on your seams. And basically fabric goes in here, fabric strip goes in here, and your edge is under here, and as you sew, this attachment here folds the fabric, okay, in on itself, and you stitch it down. It's a perfect stitching line along the edge. I've got a little video actually to show you. It's £21. So you just feed the fabric into the front, so you don't have to pre-fold this or press it, so you don't have to use pre-made. You can use pre-made bias binding, but you don't have to. You can just use a strip of fabric, and all is useful here, or a stiletto just for pushing the fabric in, and then you pull it out the other side, so you need a bit extra. It's always good to have maybe 6 inches extra, okay. One tip, you can sew across the end of that strip of fabric and then use the thread to pull it through the binder. But essentially, pull it down and then just I like to take a few stitches first of all into that binding. So now, next step, obviously slide in your quilt sandwich or your, the edge that you want to bind. It might be a seam, and then start sewing. And you can see there, flat fabric goes in, pies come out. Look at that. Hello. And that's obviously sewing that binding front and back. It's like Hogwarts, isn't it? It's like we've gone to Hogwarts. In that video, she also explains how to go around curves as well. What I will just say, just as one little caveat, I haven't ever managed, well, I haven't tried, to be honest, but I can't see how you would, do mitered corners with one of those binding feet. So it's either a straight edge or it's going around a curve. Okay, so just keep that in mind, but she shows you how to do that. fantastic description, fantastic video. £21 for that foot. Now that's going to fit any Janome or Elna sewing machine, snap-on foot. I can't say whether it would fit other machines, other brands, but certainly Elna and Janome. But really fantastic tool. Snap-on foot. Snap-on foot. You don't have to change the shank, you literally just snap it on. There are full instructions on the back of the blister pack as well. But I would really recommend watching the video on YouTube. We're so excited to get these feet because we often talk about going on Janome's website or ringing Janome customer service and asking them where the nearest stockist is for a particular foot. But this is an opportunity to buy them from Sewing Street. We're really thrilled to have them. So that's the binder foot. Now then, next up, let's have a look at the edge guide foot. Now I mentioned this earlier on when I was talking with Wendy about Quilt As You Go and stitching really close, so top stitching really close to an edge. Now a really useful tool for this is the edge guide foot, which I've got right here. Okay, and I want to just show you how this works. So essentially what you've got here is a fabric guide, okay, that your fabric is going to butt up against. Or it might be, for example, if you're doing run and fell seams or you want to neaten seam allowances, this might be the seam on your fabric is running against this. This might be patchwork and you want the perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance and your machine isn't giving it. So you've got a little screw here, so you're going to roll this and adjust how far that fabric guide goes. So in other words, when this is on the machine and you've got your fabric under there, you can actually adjust this to fit the edge of your fabric absolutely perfectly. Or you might have stitched quilting lines and you want your next quilting line to be a particular distance away, or you want to echo quilt around something. Use this guide. These are all millimeters, these little red marks, so you can be really precise. And this can be done, as I say, while it's off the machine or on the machine. Okay, and then away you go. You don't need to move your needle position, you just move the guide. £21, this is going to fit any Janome or Elna sewing machine. Okay. Now this was going to work for it's designed to work for 5mm wide or a 7mm wide machine. If you've got a 9mm wide, okay, you could still use that foot, but obviously it's not going to work to the full width, to the full 9mm. Okay, same with the binding foot, but they will fit onto your machine. So I guess what I'm saying is give it a go. If it's not right, you can return it. Okay, that's your edge guide foot. So particularly good, as I say, for things like perfect 1/4 inch seam. If you want to do blind hemming, perfect for that. If you want to do quilting, perfectly spaced lines. If you want to do top stitching and you want those lines to be absolutely precise and perfectly straight as well. Really useful foot. It's a clip-on, no need to change the shank. We have got a handful of those left. Those have absolutely flown. The binding foot too, brand new today, and they are flying out. Now we've 2 more feet actually. 2 more feet. Let's go to the clear view. Yes, the clear view. Now the clear view quilting foot. So this is category B and C machines. It's a clip-on, okay. Let me just grab it out actually. I want to show you. Oh, just to let you know, yeah, the manager from the call centre has just popped down and said, I'm really sorry, we had this massive surge in calls. Sorry we haven't been able to get to the phones as quickly as we'd like, and we're really sorry that the instructions sold out before you got to us. So many people getting through. So what I just wanted to show you here is you have got the Clearview quilting foot. So this is your Clearview quilting foot. So this is going to allow you to see exactly where you're quilting, where the lines are. Then you have got ditch quilting guide, and you've got your 1/4 inch. Get them around the right way. It's better. You've got your 1/4 inch seam guide, your ditch quilting guide, so you can use this for doing things like your 1/4 inch patchwork, but also for doing your in the ditch quilting. So where you want that quilting to be as close to that seam line as possible, and to quilt in the ditch, this is the perfect foot for it. Really, really good. You've also got, I don't know if you can pick this up, but you've got a little oval shaped needle hole, and what that allows you to do is to do a scant 1/4 inch seam, but also metric piecing as well. So whether you're metric or imperial. 3 left in stock. It's just £19. It's one of those extra feet that you don't get with your machine. You never get these included with the machines, but they can make such a difference. They can make such a difference to your work, and I think when you've got a machine that you're really happy with, you know. Now Claire has asked, are we going to get Juki feet in? We normally do those when we have a Juki ambassador like George or Gary in. Just try and find out when our next Juki shows are, and we will ask them if they'll bring extra feet. That would be a really good thing, wouldn't it, Claire? That would be great. We need some extra Juki feet, thank you. I'm about to buy a new Juki, actually. I am. I've got the same one as Adam James Brooks. The UX8. Very nice machine. That foot now has sold out, by the way. Congratulations if you got it. The edge guide foot and the binder foot. Edge guide foot has sold out. We've got 3 binder feet left. Remember, that's to do attach your binding to seams, to the edges of quilted things, and it folds and positions the binding both sides, and you just stitch, and the stitching on both sides, perfect. It's ace. There's loads of videos online. Have a look at some of them. Now, our last foot is the ruler foot. Okay. So this foot, it looks a little bit like, let me just move it over. This foot looks very much like a standard hopping foot or darning foot, doesn't it? But the difference is the depth of the actual foot itself. It's much deeper, and the reason for that is because this is designed to be used with rulers. So you might well have seen quilters, you might have seen them at shows, Westerly rulers, Pars rulers, Crafter's Companion also do rulers for quilting, and to use those rulers you need a special ruler foot, because a normal darning foot, if you put a ruler and started quilting along it, the foot would kind of hop over onto the ruler, smash your needle, probably break the timing on your sewing machine very quickly. This is going to sit against your ruler and will not allow you to go onto the ruler. So this is essential if you're going to do ruler work on quilting. Now it's £49, which is, it's a more expensive foot, but the value you get from it is huge. This is going to open up the world of ruler quilting to you. Now, ruler quilting is one of the biggest trends in machine quilting. We've seen it coming through in all of the shows in the last few years. What's really hot right now is combining ruler work with free motion. So for example, let me just show you on the back here. You can see this ruler being used, and what this will allow you to do, this stitches a 1/4 inch away from the ruler. So no ruler foot allows you to stitch next to the ruler, if that makes sense. It doesn't exist. So you're always 1/4 of an inch away. So you allow that adjustment. You make that adjustment when you position your ruler. But you will sew along the edge of your ruler and then needle down, move the ruler along. So if you're doing a border, move the ruler down and then continue stitching. What you could do, for example, with this, where you've basically got kind of a bump, 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 you could repeat that on the other side, mirror it, so you've almost got like kind of this round your, and then infill maybe with like figure of 8 quilting in between your ruler lines. So that's the hot trend right now in machine quilting and long arm quilting. It's ruler work that then is infilled with free motion quilting. Really fantastic foot this. Allows you to access then things like westerly rulers, pars rulers. It's considered, but it's worth considering. Do a bit of research, have a little look. You do get a really good guide actually in here, excuse me, printed and on the inside of the pack on how to use your ruler. And it really does open up a world of possibilities. It really does open up a world of possibilities when it comes to machine quilting. We were obviously talking a lot with Wendy in the last hour about Quilt As You Go, and ruler work works beautifully on Quilt As You Go. It just allows you to, create really precise patterns and position your work. Say, for example, you want to do beautiful outline quilting, okay, but you want to be able to free motion it, so you don't have to constantly turn your block or turn your work. Ruler work allows you to do that because you can then quilt down the side, you can then move the ruler, you can quilt across, move the ruler, quilt up, and then move the ruler and quilt across, and you've quilted your square, perfect straight lines, outline quilted your block, you haven't had to turn your quilt. Congratulations if you've checked out on any of those Janome feet. The binder foot, the edge foot, they have both sold out. The clear view has also now sold out. So we just have that 1/4 inch ruler foot. Really fantastic. It's a little bit like our early bird, that large square ruler. It's one of those little sort of extras that when you've got all your basics, you can start thinking about what else would make my life easier, what would allow my creativity to grow. And I do feel that actually about the ruler foot. Ruler work, particularly on Quilt As You Go, is easy, effective, and will take your quilting to a whole another level. But you must use a ruler foot with a ruler. Please, please don't ever be tempted and think, oh well, I can keep it against the ruler, it won't hop. It'll hop, you'll break your sewing machine. We wouldn't want that. Ruler foot's the way to go. All right, now we've got lots of other things in this show. Let's do wadding next. Now we've got a couple of packaged waddings, pre-packed waddings. Oops. We'll start with cotton. This is Hobbs Heirloom Premium Cotton. Now, it's an 80-20 mix. This is my absolute favourite and go-to blend for all my quilts, really. This is my most asked question, number one most asked question: what waddings, what battings do I use? If you're ever confused by the term wadding or batting, same thing, exactly the same thing. Americans call it batting. We tend to call it wadding in this country. This is a crib size, so it's 45 inches by 60 inches. So perfect for crib, but it's also perfect for your wall hangings, table runners, placemats, things like that. You can use it in bags as well if you want a softly padded bag. Metric wise, that's 114.3 centimetres by 152.4. Now let me just go through some of the specs. Maintains loft. What that means is when you quilt it, it's still going to have that puffiness. It's still going to have that, what we call loft. It's that bounce, really. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Exceptional resilience. That means it's not going to stretch out of shape. It's not going to pull while you're working with it either. Needles wonderfully. I love that phrase. We don't use needle in any other context, really. What it means is if you're hand quilting, when you're needling, when you're pushing the needle through, you're not hitting obstacles. It's easy to push your needle through if you're a hand quilter. Now, just in terms of how you're going to use this, you can quilt it as close together as 1/4 of an inch. So if you want to do matchstick quilting, where you've got straight lines that are 1/4 of an inch apart, or you want to do something like micro stippling, no problem. Quilting lines can be as far apart as 3.5 inches. So roughly about this, isn't it? 3.5 inches in any direction. I would always consider the diagonal as well. Okay, and what that means is that you need those stitching lines to hold the batting together for decades, so that it's not going to shift or migrate or break apart. But that's all, 3.5 inches wide. I remember back in the day, when I were a lad, so there were some battings that you had to quilt no more than 1 inch apart, or they would start to pull apart and break up. A lot of technology has been involved over the last 20 or 30 years to develop battings that don't need that kind of quilt. Now, to pre-wash or not pre-wash a batting, the only reason why you would pre-wash a batting is because there is always, with a cotton batting, there is always a little bit of shrinkage on that first wash. Now with this, there is up to 5% shrinkage, okay? Now I never pre-wash my battings. I layer, I quilt, I bind my quilt, and then once my quilt is finished, I wash it. So every quilt I show you has been washed. That minimal shrinkage in your batting will create a very slight pulling in. I love that. That's the look I want. If you want your quilts to be absolutely kind of like flat, no sort of depth, no, I don't even want to say wrinkle because that sounds negative, but you don't want that at all, then pre-wash. The way to do that is ideally fill a bathtub with cool water. You can put a little bit of something like Woolite or one of those sort of safe washes in, you know, the kind of thing I mean. Open out your batting, put it in the water, open, and let it sit. Okay, just let it sit for half an hour or so. Gently agitate. I'm gently agitating. Okay, leave it for another 20 minutes. Drain the water out. Don't start wringing or anything like that. Okay, let the water out and then refill. Okay, with clear water. Agitate, let it go. Do that one more time, and then what you need is some big towels, and you're basically going to put the towels down, lift the batting out. You can gently squeeze, but please don't wring. Lift it out into the towel, then fold it in the towel, and then press down on the towel to remove as much water as possible. And then lay out flat, ideally outside on the ground in the sunshine. Now would be a perfect time. Maybe, who knows? All right, and let it dry, flip it over. Now you can do that same pre-wash principle with things like a wool bat. It really isn't necessary with polyester. There isn't any shrinkage in polyester bats. Now we do have a polyester bat available. This is also Hobbs. This is Hobbs Poly Down. This is really soft and light. It's a great price, $8.99 for that. It is a crib again, 45 inches by 60 inches. What you get with a polyester like this is you get more loft. So it is puffier. And when you quilt it, there will be more loft, more puff in your quilt. So if you do less quilting, like a larger crosshatch, you'll get quite a nice sort of puffy look to your quilt. Now I'm just having a look to see if there are instructions on how wide. There are not. We're just going to have a little look and see. I would suspect that the reason for that is that actually you can go wider, 4 inches wide in any direction, quilting lines, okay? Good for bag making as well. I like polyester batting for bag making. Okay, finally we have our off the bolt batting. Now this is widthwise 244 centimetres. Now in terms of inches, because a lot of us work in inches, 244 centimetres is 120, 96. 96 inches wide, 96. So queen size. So queen size width, but of course you can buy any length. This gets cut off the bolt. If you want 4 meters of this, that would be 8 units. It's £6.99 per unit, and 1 unit is a ½ meter. Now, just to put that into context, I'm just going to open this up. All right, and my trusty, faithful, here we go, cat is holding it up. There we go. From me to you, from me to you. So that's what you're getting, 96 inches. Thank you, cat. Beautiful. That's ½ meter. So ½ meter would be good for something like maybe a bed runner, or if you were going to do some cushions or placemats or something like that, ½ meter good. If you want to do something like a crib, sorry, this is just held down on me. If you wanted to do something like a quilt, obviously you're going to need more it's a really effective way. It's a really effective way and a really cost-effective way of buying batting. It's one of my absolute favourites. Again, it's that 80-20 mix. So 80% cotton, which is lovely for that gorgeous drape and that lovely soft feel and handle to a quilt, lovely and traditional. But you've got that 20% polyester in there, which means, you're going to get minimal shrinkage. The loft is maintained through repeated washing and wear. It quilts beautifully. Just a great wadding. Really, really popular that whenever we have it on air. Good chance to stock up. Remember, your stash isn't just about fabrics. You need your battings, you need your threads, you need your interfacings. Now, don't forget the sewing machine offer that we've got currently today. It's our Elna 680 Plus. You can get £150 of extra goodies added in, and here they are. That photo doesn't really do justice to what you're getting. You're getting 2 meters of cream fabric, 2 meters of white, you're getting a book, you're getting an assortment of patterns, you're getting a pack of mystery fat quarters, thread snips, a lovely little tin for keeping pins or a sewing kit. You get a lovely panel for a Delphine Brooks project along with the pattern as well. You're getting some exclusive Sewing Street pattern weights, a spool box as well, just loads. And then of course you're getting your Elna 680 Plus, which is the machine that kind of does it all for me as far as I'm concerned. There it is. 170 stitches, all sorts of different buttonholes, loads of different feet, and most importantly from my point of view as a quilter, you've got your 1/4 inch foot, darning foot and walking foot all included, an extension table, a cover. You really are getting everything, but you're also getting £150 worth of goodies. Now, one more thing that we've added in, just to be extra special, just extra, we're just so extra, is a 5-year extended warranty. So normally with any electrical, by law, you have to have a year's warranty. Manufacturers will sometimes put a 2-year warranty, particularly I think if they're really confident in the build of their machine. So 2 years, okay, that's fine, pretty standard. But 5 years you would normally have to pay for. And I know certainly with things like washing machines or cookers or those kind of electricals, if you want to extend your warranty an extra 3 years, you pay an arm and a leg. It is eye-watering, the sort of money you pay for an extended warranty. You're getting this included for free. Now, we've no idea how long we'll be able to maintain that offer for, but right now, anybody who buys the machine today is going to get an extended 5-year warranty plus £150 worth of goodies. But the big news is you're getting that fabulous machine, which is our absolute favourite here at Sewing Street. Okay, so next up, what have we got? Let's look at some books. Let's look at some books. They're so very easy. So very easy. By Laura Coyer. Gorgeous. So these are 12 skill building projects. So if you're pretty new to quilting, or you've had a go at some quilting, but you want to expand your repertoire and try some new projects, you've got some really great, easy quilts here. Beards and beer, well, I'm there, for either or both. Great quilt pattern that. This is great, chevron chic. Now that's so cool. No Y seams, no half square triangles, no set-in seams, no squares at all. I don't believe it. Well, I do believe it. My goodness me. Irish pansy. Beautiful. Denim delight. Now that's cool, making a quilt out of denim. Very nice. Oh, that's cool. Jelly roll race made modern. 9-patch square dance. Really lovely selection of quilts in this book. Full instructions, of course, for every single one of them. Ooh la la, Coco Chenille. So that's actually making chenille quilt. Flowers on the half log cabin. Very nice, I like that. Basket weave. Oh, that's a cool design. That's really cool. Escher's buzzsaw. Okay, let me count the ways. Simple Simon. Oh my goodness, Christine has just got in touch to say it is snowing where she lives. Please tell me you live in Iceland. No, Durham. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I hope you're okay. We were going to let the lambs out actually into the field. They're inside in the barn, all safe and cosy and warm at the moment. And Charlie was talking about letting them out, and I said, oh, I think the weather's going to turn next week. Just give them another week. I'm so glad we did. Wow. Okay. Next book is called Quilt, Modern Curves and Bold Stripes. Now, I'm instantly attracted to this. Love those two quilts on the front. 15 dynamic projects for all skill levels. Oh, wow. Now, there's our gallery. These are our quilts. That is so cool. I love that. These are great. Wow, really different. We need to get some demos together, I think. Lots and lots of techniques. Retro spin. Oh, these are really cool quilts. I like that. And isn't that a cool idea? Look, narrow, narrow, wide, wide. Different size border. That's a bit different. Oh, lovely. That's really nice. Now that demonstrates matchstick quilting that I was talking about earlier on, using rulers or using your edge guide foot to have really narrowly spaced quilts. The perfect dozen. That's beautiful. Really cool. Bit different, isn't it? Lots of inspiration there. Modern, smart, that's beautiful. That's my favourite, I think. Wow. Yeah, mixture of stripes and solids to create these effects. Very, very cool. Ooh. Few of you have got this in your basket. Look at that one. Okay, that's now my favourite. That is beautiful. Bit different. Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Love it. Okay, we've only got 13 of that book left, so if you want that, be quick. Great price as well. Great price. Now, let's do extra wide backings. Again, I was talking earlier on about your stash, our stashes. Not just fabric for the top of the quilt, batting, thread, things like 505, interfacings, quilt backings. Now, if there is one job, in fact, there is only one job in quilting which I not just don't like, but I despise. I truly despise it, and that is joining fabric for a backing. I really don't enjoy working with huge pieces of fabric. It's why I don't like making curtains particularly. So extra wide backing fabric to me is the gift that keeps on giving. Not just from the point of view of I don't have to join the fabric, but also it is so much more economic to buy extra wide backing fabric. If you calculate how much money you spend on joining 3 widths or 2 widths to make a fabric, and then compare it with what you pay, £8.99 for this fabric. Now this is basically the equivalent of 3 widths of fabric sewn together. This fabric width-wise is 280 centimetres wide. Inches-wise, is that 108? Normally it is 108, isn't it? We're just checking that. 110 inches wide. So it's almost the equivalent of 3 widths of fabric sewn together for £8.99 for the ½ metre. This is our most affordable option. Now, lovely, I love this bright chartreuse green. This would work really well with Lady Tulip that we had earlier on today. Even though it's a really sort of quite modern print, it would work perfectly. Gorgeous with the fabric we had in the last hour. We've got some Alison Glass fabric coming up at 12 o'clock. I'm just going to tease that. That is so beautiful. Alison Glass fans out there, spread the word. We got you. But also, I am not averse when I find a really affordable fabric. I am not averse to throwing it into the washing machine with a dye-on. I mean, there are limits. You have to go darker, but you know, if you're more likely to use a dark brown or a dark navy or something like that as a backing, just saying, I do it all the time. It's beautiful quality. There's actually no reason why you can't use this on the front of your quilt. It's just as good a quality. Use it for your borders, use it for your bindings, use some in your piecing. Great value. A message from Karen. Sat watching Stuart Hillard on Sewing Street whilst knitting socks. Using Stuart Hillard yarn. Can this day get any better? Karen, you darling, thank you. I want to see a picture, please. What colour are you using? Karen's talking about my new sock yarn, which is called Colours of the World. Stripe up your life. Thank you, Karen. What a lovely message. Please send in a picture if you don't mind. Sewing message the studio@sewingstreet.com. Thank you. Also a message from Collector in Tyne and Weir. Good morning, Stuart. It's been snowing in Washington too. As in Washington, USA? Or is there a Washington in Tyne and Weir? I don't know. Gosh, oh. I'm not prepared for that, I'm afraid. Really not prepared for snow. Now another one, this is gorgeous, and again, obviously the lighter ones are going to dye in a wider variety of colours. Obviously always take into account the base colour. It is going to have an effect on what colour it would dye. I mean, cream, tan is going to go with so many different quilts, but you can dye them. Wash them first. Pre-wash them. I mean, you always want to dye fabric when it's damp anyway, so pre-wash your fabric with some detergent. Then pop your dye in. This one is like cream and tan dots on like a nice sort of quite bright creamy white background. It's called Dots Off White. It's extra wide, 274 centimetres in width. Now then, if you were speculatively buying this for a quilt, obviously we're talking 108 wide. Is that right? 108. In terms of the number of units you would need, can we just please work it out? I always forget how many it is. If we wanted, let's go up to 120 inches. So first of all, we need to know how many metres 120 inches is, please. I'm just working that out. Right, 3.048. So you could probably get away with 3 metres, which would be 6 units, but you might want to go 6.5, just to be on the safe side. just to be on the safe side. And then that is enough backing to do a queen size quilt. If you compare that then with how much it would cost to back it in, you know, Moda fabric or Riley Blake fabric or Macawa fabric or any of the others, and just look at the difference. I mean, even if you compare it with using a solid, like one of our cotton solids, factor into it also the time and effort and the potential accuracies or not, and the frustration of joining those widths. I would always go for an extra wide backing if that was the option. A message back from Collector, it is the one in Tyne and Wear. Oh my goodness, Washington in Tyne and Wear has snow. Brr. Oh, it's making me feel cold just thinking about it. Not prepared for this. The Paisley. This is UP04. Now this is lovely. This is lovely sort of combination. Excuse me one sec. Beg your pardon. Right. This is a lovely combination of greys, blacks, whites. So really useful actually for lots of different colours on the front. It's 108 inches wide. It has a gorgeous paisley pattern. It's £12.99 for half a metre. Again, I want you to consider using this in the borders of your quilt, in the bindings, in the piecing. You could use this in dressmaking. A dressing gown would be super smart. What about a shirt? What about a dress? It's quilt weight cotton. It's 100% cotton. It's 108 inches wide and it's just £12.99 per half metre. Cut off the bolt for you. So if you want enough to do a queen size, a really generous queen sized quilt, you'll need about 3 to 3.5 metres, which is 6 to 7 units. Okay, that's our paisley. A message from Alicia. Good morning, Stuart. I very recently found your channel through Beth, one of our guests. I love the presenters. You're all so real. Can't wait to have a browse, Alicia. Oh, thank you, Alicia. That's really kind. You know, it's one of the nicest things about being a presenter here and working here. Because I dare say, in lots of other walks of life, we might be expected to be someone else other than ourselves. What is wonderful here is that we can all truly be ourselves. That's such a kind message. Thank you. Right, we've got a couple more extra wides. Thank you everyone that messages in, you know. We really appreciate the time and trouble it takes to send us a message. We don't always get time to show every message, but we try and show as many as we can. This one, I love it. I love it. That is fab. Yeah, I mean, I'm not being funny, but that just is crying out to be used for dressmaking or in a border or in blocks, not just on the back of a quilt. Or, let's be honest, what about a whole cloth quilt? What about making a throw for the sofa or an armchair or something like that, where this is the fabric on the front? And what about quilting? What about quilting on those lines? As many or as few of them as you like. You could free motion quilt it. You could walking foot quilt it. These are nice gentle lines across. What about cushions? What about recovering the cushions for your garden furniture or a lounger? Can you imagine a lounger? It's kind of zebra, isn't it? But made abstract. Love that. Absolutely love it. Again, 108 wide. Our final extra wide backing fabric is called Scrolling Vine. Now this is going to work really, really well with things like, you know, more traditional fabrics. So Edyta Sitar, Lady Tulip. This would also work really well with like French general fabrics. It would work really well with a lot of the traditional fabrics. If you love Jo Morton for Moda, this would work really well. It's a gorgeous warm tan cream, nice subtle soft design in the background. £12.99 per half metre. and it's 108 wide. A message from Sue in Staffordshire. Hi, Kat. I'll answer it. How do you put things that are out of stock that don't appear on the website? I need to order some Elna bobbins and they've been out of stock. I understand. So if it's out of stock but you want it, how can we get hold of it? We'll talk to the buying team. Because actually, Sue, I could really do with some extra Elna bobbins as well, or Janome bobbins as well. So that is a really good point. Thank you. We'll talk to the buying team. You can always message in, you know, if you've got requests of things that you don't see, maybe you've seen elsewhere and you'd love Sewing Street to get hold of. Again, message in. We can ask. We can't guarantee we'll get them. We can whine, and we do. I really whine sometimes. I won't beg, but I will whine. But you know, we've got Macawa fabrics now. That was all about our whining, my whining. Okay, 505 basting spray. Hero product. This is the kind of thing, I have 3 cans of this currently in my studio because I refuse to run out of it. They're all being used actually, I must be honest. If you've never used 505 before, this is a temporary fabric adhesive and it's a spray. So most commonly this is used for basting a quilt together. So this is what you do. Batting down, quilt top, on top of it, right side facing up, smooth it out, get it all nice and flat and smooth. Then peel back half of it, spray the batting, the wadding, rather than the fabric, okay? You want to spray it from about 12 to 15 inches away. So the kind of distance you'd, if you were spraying your hair with hairspray, not right up here. A lot of people spray way too close. And I know it's about not spraying it everywhere else, but if you can, work outside, that's the best place to do it. Spray your batting and you want an even mist. Okay, so again, like you're spraying hairspray on your hair, you want the same kind of all over mist, okay, so that you avoid little kind of wet soggy patches, which is what you'll get if you spray too close and spray in little bursts. Just 15 inches and a nice even spray, keep it going. And then flip your batting, your top rather, back onto your batting, smooth it outwards, get it nice and smooth and flat. If you put any wrinkles or you're not happy with anything, just peel it back. You might need another little spray and then smooth it back again. And then flip the other side back and spray. Once you've got your top adhered to your batting, turn the whole thing over so the batting's on top again. Put your backing fabric on top of the batting and then repeat the process. Peel it back, spray the batting and then smooth your backing out. It's also super useful if maybe with your bag making and you've got things like interfacing that you really do not have the time or energy to iron on right at this moment in time, or you just want to get it fixed on in place and you're going to stitch it in anyway. Quick spritz of 505 and it's together. Few messages for me. Loving the show. I am new to quilting, learning lots today. It's snowing twice in Aberdeenshire. That's how bad it's snowing. Please don't come this way with your snow. If you are really desperate for Elna bobbins, you can order from Elna directly. They come in packs of 10 and are quite cheap and come quickly. Great tip, Veronica. Thank you. I might just do that. Okay, we're going to go to a break now, but when we come back, we're back with Wendy Orlando. She's blowing in. Hold on to your hats, folks. Wendy's back. So we'll see you in just a couple of minutes with a brand new Victorian-inspired fabric collection. You're going to love this.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7, full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, welcome back. Wendy's back, baby. There she is. Hello, you all right?
Yes, thank you.
Good to have you back.
You're still in trouble, aren't you?
Whirling in. I think you need to switch your mic on.
I do.
Oh, yes. Good, excellent. I just want to send out a little bit of love to Juliet, who's watching today. She's in bed with COVID. Oh, you poor thing. Sending lots of love. I know I've still got my cough, haven't I? It's so irritating, isn't it? It's not infectious, it's not COVID. I must have had 20 COVID tests. I've had them all. It's just that sort of persistent, tickly. And because I talk, if I'm not talking, I'm asleep, basically. But it's just kind of irritation for everybody. Anyway, this hour we've got beautiful, beautiful new fabrics, new panels. I don't have any of them at the moment at all. So we will get these out. So we've got a brand new fabric collection, okay, and I'm going to show it to you right now. Thank you. Now, so this is the bundle of all of them, I think. Yep, fat quarters, strips, squares, hexagons. There we go. Right. So it is called Victorian Spring. Now let's just start by showing you. Oh, Wendy, I'm in love with this.
I know, I've
this
had a
is
ball.
Easter, spring, summer. Did you have a lot of fun with this collection?
I couldn't stop.
Really?
Yes, I just wanted to carry on. It's gorgeous.
It is glorious,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
It's one of my favourite panels.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's just, and you'll see in a moment, like with what I'm doing, there's just bits of elements everywhere. It draws your eye, and like you've got a little goat there, and it's just gorgeous.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's based on Victorian decoupage images. You know, there was a real passion. You'll have seen screens and trays and boxes with fabulously ornate cutouts layered up, and then layers and layers and layers of varnish. Now, this bundle has all 4 panels, and these are exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. You cannot buy them anywhere else. You make a saving of £12.99, which basically means you're getting the hexagon panel for free. So let's start with that. Now on the hexagon panel, you're getting 60 coordinating hexagons. Look at those. Now these, I love the hexagon panels that we have here at Sewing Street. Some of them are kind of fussy cut, if you like, and they have a central motif. I love the little nest filled with eggs. I love the little spray of roses, the butterfly. There's all sorts there, so beautiful. My own particular favourite, I think, has got to be this one right here, which is a lady, but is also a flower. Isn't that gorgeous? I just think this is so beautiful. Look at that little spray of roses. And the hand, I mean, it's just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, there are others there, of course, which have got sort of more all over designs, absolutely beautiful, super gorgeous. So you're getting that. You're also getting your 5-inch squares. So it's like a charm pack, but it's joined together. This is the squares. Now on this one, again, it's that mixture. Hello, little lamb. Look, the little lamb. How beautiful. How beautiful. Oh, there she is. Let me open that out. So on this panel, you're getting a total of 40 coordinating squares. How gorgeous. All available individually as well, of course, but this is the big bundle, £54.97 for all 4 panels. That is sensational. Now, Wendy's used this very, very creatively in her springtime, summertime table runner, which I'm going to ask how she made that in just a second. That's fab. So you're getting that, and then you're also getting strips. So our strip panel is 18 2.5-inch strips, but they're 55. I'm going to need your help, Wendy.
They are
Thank
long.
you.
They are very wide.
That's amazing. Look at all of that. So this is 2.5-inch wide strips. You're getting 18. This strip here is fabulous. So many different florals, different backgrounds, all coordinating. It's really lovely. You can cut those strips apart, of course, and use them as you would any jelly roll or 2.5-inch strip. But you can also, the benefit of having them printed together is that you can cut them out in sections. So you can do rail fence blocks without any piecing. You can do 9-patch piecing with half the piecing. So clever. You can do double or triple borders around things. You can mitre the stripes together and create different effects. It's just such clever fabric. Now then, our last panel, I think I might have saved the best till last. This was the one you couldn't let go of, isn't it? These are the fatter quarters. Look at that. That is magnificent. So you're getting 4 fatter quarters, and we call them that because they are bigger than standard fat quarters. And you've got 4 different designs, but I mean it's wrong to call it 4 different designs, because I mean if you look at this one right here, you've got so many different elements within that fabric. It's just magnificent, just beautiful. I'd be wanting to try and squeeze out some accessories, fashion accessories out of these. Can you imagine a baker boy hat that was lined with one of these? Either Mark Francis's baker boy hat or Adam's, and then line it, or maybe even trim the outside, covered button, bits and pieces like that. Some little chic neckerchiefs, some little scarves, beautiful fabrics. You're getting all 4 panels included together. You're saving £12.99, which is the equivalent of getting the hexagon panel for free. £54.97 for those 4. The details are on screen. It's been massively popular, really popular. Now, we do have a complimentary bundle of solids, which we also really love. Complimentary as in goes with, of course, rather than free. You've got this beautiful, now colour wise, we've got, this is the gold. Then we've got duck egg, which is that lovely kind of greyish blue. Then we've got chartreuse, that wonderful green, and then we've got pink. And those just gorgeous. The team have done really well actually at matching these colours to the panel. Really well. So these would work. Say for example you might want to do Quilt As You Go. You might have been really inspired by Wendy's demonstration earlier on for Quilt As You Go, and you want some coordinating solids for sashings. Perfect. You might want to add some borders, some extra piecing to some of the other elements. Absolutely perfect. Would work really well. It's £14.99. You're getting 2 meters in total, half a meter of each of those 4 fabrics: gold, duck egg, chartreuse and pink. Really stunning that. Equally, if you just want some solid fabrics that are going to be really fresh and perfect for spring, for Easter projects, for spring projects, I think these work really well. Little basket linings. Do you go Easter egg hunting?
I don't.
See, I just do it in the supermarket. I just run around with a basket grabbing as many chocolate eggs as I can until they throw me out. Until they throw me out. Okay, now those panels are also available on their own, so I'm going to run through the details with you now. We'll start with those fatter quarters. Here are the details on screen. So £19.99 for this. Some of you buying multiples. There is a lot of beautiful fabric there, isn't there? It is absolutely stunning. Now this would also work really well as one quilt backing. You could, don't cut it apart. Just use it as a quilt backing. You could also add in the solids there, piece these together. I mean, make some simple blocks. 9 patches would look gorgeous. Use a solid plus a patterned. Half of the stock of that has gone. It's brand new today, exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. And Wendy, you've made some really gorgeous projects. You have fatter quarters. You've made things like your little zippy makeup bag. Yeah. And your
I'll show them in a minute.
Beautiful. I can't wait to see those. That's our fatter quarters. Can we do the strips next? Strips next. So 18 2.5-inch strips. But unlike your standard jelly roll strips or strip rolls, which would be 42 inches, these are 55 inches in length. You get 18. And I love that you've got some coordinating fabrics, like these greens that are at the end here, some chartreuse greens. You've got some all over florals. You've got a couple of strips which really kind of allow fussy cutting. Do you know what I mean? You could individually cut or feature those motifs. And then you've got all of these strips which have so much interest in them. But look what's been done. Rather than cutting off the motifs actually blend across the whole surface. So if you cut them up to create something like rail fence blocks, your images are going to blend across your strips. I think that's so clever. Those are your 2.5-inch strips. £19.99 for that. Very popular. Now the squares are always my favourites. Always my favourites. Almost half the stock of this is gone, and we did have more stock of this because we know that the squares are the most popular. But this is just glorious because I mean, I've got to grab some of the images. These a little nest with eggs. I mean, I love Victoriana. I think that's gorgeous. I love the little rabbit there, and the lamb, of course, the apples, that bluebird. So many ways that you could fussy cut these, use them as the centre of a block. You can, of course, just leave it as a whole piece. You could layer that, quilt that, bind it. There's your spring summer table runner, all done, all done. Oh, Catherine in Carlisle, I'm sending out big love to you. You've also got COVID, you poor thing. Oh, but it's not snowing. It's not snowing. So although you're stuck inside, I guess, feeling a bit grotty, you can look outside into the garden, I hope. No snowball fights round yours. Oh, it's too late in the year for snow. I'm not happy, Wendy.
It's
I'm not
supposed
happy.
to come. I don't know if we'll get it down south. We're always the last to get it down south.
Well, I don't want it.
I'd like it.
Not with these lovely spring summery fabrics. I want spring weather. I want lambs in the field. I want sunshine and picnics. Now, I love what you've done with the hexagon panel, Wendy. Look at that. Now, you get 60 of these hexagons, but we've only got 9 of the panels left on their own. Now, I always think, yes, you can cut the hexagons out, but I always think those white diamonds in between, I want to layer this, quilt around those diamonds to almost make it look like it's pieced. Tea cozies, trays, placemats, boxes, really lovely. You also could, of course, create lovely borders out of this by cutting 2 or 3 strips in one. So much you can do with them. Even alternate blocks. Loads. You're getting that panel effectively free if you buy the bundle. You can buy it on its own for £12.99, but details on screen now for that fabulous bundle of all 4 panels. They're brand new and exclusive. So many of you have already checked out your basket with that bundle. Well done, you. Well done. Lots of the panels on their own are super close to selling out. So if you'd want any particular panel, I would check out right away. Don't wait. Now, Wendy, tell me, what did you make?
I made loads, and I've still got all this left. So it just goes on and on and on. Now, hexagons, I love hexagons. Hexagons are my favourite. I know that the squares are yours. Hexagons are my favourite. I actually cheated here. I did exactly what you said that you were going to do, is just cut out the panel, and then I stitched. It's got wadding, so it's nice and quilted. And then I quilted down here, and then I just added 2 of the side strips on in the coordinating colour. And then for this one, I just did a piping, not piping, what I call it. I know it's not supposed to call that. And then just use the decorative stitches on my machine. And then at the top, I just almost made like binding, but sewed it on with decorative stitching. And then I backed it with this gorgeous fabric.
That is fabulous. Gorgeous. On the back as well. Will you just tilt that up so we can just see?
Absolutely.
Actually, we can see it. Oh, it's just amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. It is. It's fabulous. And did you use a satin stitch for your going around the outside?
Well, I did last time I made this, because this is my new favourite thing to make, because it's so quick and easy, because you literally just cut the panel out. With the other one, I did a really, really close satin stitch. With this one, I went down to 0.8.
Right.
So it wasn't quite, it's not very, very close.
But just a dense zigzag.
Yes, but what it has done, it's because you can see the white in between it, which I really love. So I went down I didn't quite go right down, but that's the beauty of this. Because you're not actually piecing them together, you're simply sewing over a line. You can do what you want. You can do it as wide or as short as you like.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
I think that's
and
really
then I just
clever.
backed it with just some of the fabric. I probably wouldn't back it with the fabric because I would use that for another project, but I wanted to show you that if you're feeling like floral, you can have it that way round, and then if you're feeling summery or spring-like, you can have it that way round. But that
is absolutely beautiful.
It's
I
gorgeous,
love that cushion. It's so fab. I want to take that home. I mean, I just think that is beautiful. Works so well with the crisp white as well, and just, highlights all the images. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And quick and easy.
So quick and easy, and that's the thing. It looks
Amazing.
like I've sewn them all together. And Lou is a phenomenal designer because what she's done is, when you get a hexagon panel, you're quite right. Normally all the hexagons are together and you need to cut them out, don't you? But this one you don't need to do that.
No.
It's absolutely brilliant. And also that because she blends the images over the strips, it's so clever. Now this one, I did touch on this earlier. Do you want it? Yeah, this one. I did touch on it.
I've been coveting that all morning.
Oh, it's gorgeous. This is Quilt As You Go. Now, when I showed you earlier that the quilt, you don't need to quilt a quilt. You can just use it to start off with this. And again, I've cheated. This is just a panel. Now, what you do need to do if you're going to do this, I happen to like all these images together, but if you wanted just animals on one, then yes, you could cut them out, bearing in mind it would be smaller because you would lose 1/4 of an inch seam sewing them back together. But I just made sure that my zigzag stitch was wide enough to go beyond the white.
Got you.
And then it's hidden, and you don't know it's there.
And you've used, is it like a gold?
Well, yes, they are. I don't know if you've got them in stock at the moment. They were a huge box of threads, and they're my go-to threads because there is a colour that matches everything in there. Oh, you'd be able to use those as well.
So
that would be perfect.
These would work, and you
Absolutely
could use the
perfect.
gold.
And what I've done here, I haven't gone so narrow so that it's a satin stitch. And you can see the white peeping, and it just gives a gorgeous effect.
It gives a kind of lightness and a brightness to it,
You know me, I
doesn't
leave
it?
my bits everywhere, don't I? It
It's
does.
gorgeous.
It makes them pop out, doesn't it? But those threads would be
those would
they'd
work.
be perfect for it.
I just love this project. I think it's gorgeous.
It is, isn't it?
And like you say, I mean, the way you've cut it, you know, they were next to each other anyway.
They were.
You've got all these lovely images. I love the fact that you've got the lamb in the centre. It's all about the lambs at the moment.
It is, isn't it?
Fab.
And then I've got the little lady in the centre on that one.
Gorgeous.
And then I've got the floral. But if I turn it over, then I've got I've got a double-sided runner, and this one here is just your
that's from your fat quarters.
Your fat
This
quarter.
is why buying the bundle makes so much sense, because that way you've got the hexagons, you've got the squares, you've got the fatter quarters and the strips. You can combine them as Wendy has. I mean, I'm just going to grab this other cushion because this one right here uses the hexagons, it uses the strips, and it uses the fatter quarters all in one project.
Brilliant.
Fab.
And
with loads left over.
I found that. And also, the white there is the white on the edge
is
of the
the
panel.
edge.
I don't waste anything.
Along here.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I don't waste anything because it's the same fabric as the panel.
Of course it
so
is.
you know that when you're washing it, and I know a lot of people say to me, do you pre-wash your fabric? I personally don't. But maybe if I was using a different fabric to the panel, maybe then yes. But because I know that's the panel fabric, they're going to wash the same, which is
absolutely.
perfect. But yes, so this one, I've
That's
got
gorgeous.
a 9-patch effect with just using a square.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant. So I made those. I have wrecked the set here.
We don't mind.
Well,
we don't mind.
I've done it, so.
Yeah, you've done it now.
I've done it now. It's too late. So I just wanted to show you that these two things that I've made here, so I've made myself a little scrap bag, so to put my scraps in, and I've made myself a little makeup
Oh, and that's all
bag.
quilted too.
Oh, yes.
Lovely. It's all about the
And
quilting.
fully reversible because it's lined, so you could reverse that if you
cool.
wanted it
Let's
to.
just pull that through.
The only difference when you pull it through is obviously I haven't got the quilting on that side.
No,
because
but do you know what I'm going to do?
I know exactly what you're going to do.
I'm just going to turn
it down.
the top edge down.
Yes.
How cute!
It is so cute, isn't it?
It's really lovely.
But I just wanted
little
to...
storage pod.
Exactly.
Or you could even put a plant in there in
You
a
could,
pot,
as long as
you've got
What we were going to say, you must make sure that you've got something to catch the water.
the water, exactly.
But
or
I just
a false plant. You know what I mean? Like an artificial, a faux plant. They're quite popular though, aren't they? Things like, you know, the...
Is that because you can't grow plants then?
Well, I don't have them personally, but I know people that do.
We've got an aloe vera plant that's massive.
Me too.
It just won't stop growing.
It was tiny and now it's like this.
It's taken over the kitchen. But no, I wanted to show you that these two that I've created here are made from exactly the same size fabric. It doesn't
Really?
look...
How?
Yeah, well, they are. Because this one, I squared off his bottom to turn it into a pod. And that one, I added a zip and just did a box bottom. But they are exactly the same. They're both, I think it was 10 by 9 inches.
That hot pink zip. That is gorgeous.
But
Absolutely
I've
gorgeous.
used my own zips at home. And this is brilliant. And I've quilted both of them because I think that just adds a little bit of, I don't know, bit of elegance to it, doesn't it?
It does.
And if you're selling them...
And a bit of structure.
A bit of structure. But if you're selling them, then people are going to come and buy yours because they look so much more professional.
I mean, actually, this style of fabric, this kind of little bag, I have seen, you know, in those kind of like National Trust gift shops that you go around at the end of your visit, and I've seen these kind of things, you know, and they're like £25.
I was just going to say, but I wasn't going to be so rude, is that they're actually a fortune when you go in there, aren't they?
They are a fortune and they're beautiful, but this is also beautiful, and you made this at home with less than a fat quarter and a zip and an offcut of wadding.
And it's I would be happy to receive that.
It'd be really fun to receive that.
That'd make fantastic. I know we shouldn't really be talking about Christmas at the moment, but get ahead.
An Easter gift.
Perfect. A little Easter gift, little makeup bag, just
Agreed.
to put, maybe if you, I don't know, you're going away, I'd put my toothbrush and toothpaste in there, or put some makeup in there, but they're exactly the same. I wanted to show you that you can make different things out of the same pieces of fabric.
All of these projects are so inspiring.
But what I'm going to show you today is sorry, this is the fabric from the last hour, but I'm going to show you this technique. This technique here, which is brilliant, isn't it?
It's a really cool technique.
This is really cool. Now I'm going to show you how to do the square version. So the one over there, I didn't want to go over there and wreck your side.
Let me go grab this.
Yes, but that's what I'm going to show you how to make today.
So this is using the complementary solids. Remember that bundle is available, side graphic there, $14.99. Pink, chartreuse, gold and duck egg, which you've used, and then you're using the 2.5 inch strips. Absolutely gorgeous. And then look, even solid backing.
My solid, but yes, I didn't have enough just to put that one because I didn't have the pink.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Okay, so you're going to show us how to make this cushion.
Yes, I am.
Wonderful.
Yes,
I'm going to step out of the way and give you full rein.
The cushion behind is exactly the same, but it's done on the angle.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know, when you quilt a quilt or you bind a quilt and you have it left over, don't you? Because the way that I do it, I always do more than I need and I have bits left over. That is brilliant because you only, some of them, you only need tiny bits. So never throw any of your binding away when you've finished.
Don't tell us not to throw away fabric ever. We've got so much.
I'm not even going to tell you how big my stash of fabric is. I'm not going to even go there. Right, I didn't want you just to see me sewing straight lines, so I've done the majority of it because I want to get to putting it, assembling it together. Now what you would do, you would sew one of your strips, and I'll show you at the bottom. So you trim your strips to size. Now I've done them to 2.5 purely because they are 2.5. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I've done 2.5 inch strips, then I've pressed them together, wrong side together. So now I've got a reversible, it's the same on both sides. And I just placed it along the bottom. I left it a little bit up from the edge because I want to trim 1/4 inch off afterwards because I want to allow for the seam allowance. And I just sewed along there. Now once you've sewn your first one down, you're then going to mark, like you can see that I've done here, 3/4 inch. Now this works for 2.5 inch strips. If you want wider strips, you will need to increase.
You'd have to experiment.
You would just experiment. It depends how much of an overlap you want along these strips. So I wanted just enough so that I didn't see that stitching there. It covers it just enough so that I can still see the fabrics, but I'm not seeing any stitching. So I drew 3/4. Now this one I've done a washable pen because I didn't want to put any heat near it and lose the friction, and I know that's going to stay. So I did this about a week ago and it's still there.
Cool.
And no one's going to see it because I'm going to hide it. And then all we're going to do, and I should say at this point in time, this is bigger than I want it to be because I'm going to, as I always do, trim it down to size. I'm just going to lay the fabrics, and I have created a bit of a system going here. So I just want to check that I've got them in the right order. So I've got that one. Yes, I'm in the right order. And then you take the next one and you place it along that 3/4 inch.
So is that raw edge aligned with your marked line?
So you will always have the fold exposed.
Yeah.
So that you don't have any nasty raw edges. Now, I found it really, really difficult to pin this because, you know, so I just took it to the machine and started sewing, or you could use a glue pen.
Yep.
I'm a huge, huge, huge fan of a glue pen. Just glue it down if you wanted to. Oh, it didn't wake.
You can find those on the website, by the way, if you want to grab yourself a glue pen. We do have them on the website. Just hop on over and grab yourself one. They're super useful for so many things, aren't they?
The glue pen and the friction and my stripology, they're the three most used things in my workroom. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch close to the edge. Now you can do 1/4 inch. I know that if I do 1/4 inch, I'm still not going to see it when I sew the next one, and I've calculated that 3/4 inch allowed me to do that. I'm going to lay it down, and then I'm going to sew 1/4 inch, making sure that that strip stays against that line. I mean, the thing is, you do have a little bit of wiggle room here if you're not quite accurate. Try and be as accurate as you can. I always try and teach people that, so that if you learn things the right way, then you tend to follow and do it the right way, don't you?
True enough, absolutely. But as long as you keep those fabrics aligned with the marked line, your seam actually doesn't need to be accurate really. 1/4 inch. You're going to cover it over.
I'm doing a few and just making sure that it hasn't bounced off because I haven't pinned it. But I did try and pin it, and they kept getting in the way, and I kept getting in the muddle. So I'm just lining it up and sewing down there. And then when you've done that strip, ready? He's not cutting today. I don't know why. And then we do the next one.
And you're alternating 2.5 inch strips from the panel and the coordinates?
Only because I just felt that the fabrics, they're very, very busy, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then by putting a strip of a single colour, it makes them zing and it makes them pop, and I can see all the lovely fabrics. However, with that one, I didn't, and it still looks fantastic. So whichever way you want to do it.
I'm thinking as well, if you experimented, you could have it so that you had narrower alternating strips. So you had a narrow, like white, and then the pattern, and then a narrow white.
That would look incredible.
You'd have to play an experiment.
I am going to have a play. You do this to me every time.
I know I do.
You just give me a little nugget, don't you? You do. But that is a brilliant idea. And also, you could start off with really thin strips, and then you could gradually get wider and wider and wider. So, I'm looking forward to seeing what people make with these.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing I find so inspiring about panels, because you've already got a starting point. You've got that gorgeous fabric, or you've got hexagons or squares. It's sort of, you start with an idea, and then it's just thinking, what could I do? How could I be a bit sort of creative with this? It's so much fun. I hope you're inspired by Wendy. I'm very inspired by Wendy. But also experiment too on your own. Now the details on screen at the moment, the main graphics are right here for the bundle. Now that is for the 4 different panels. Half of the stock of that has now gone. Look what you're getting. You're getting 45 inch squares. You're getting 60 coordinating hexagons. You're getting 4 fatter than normal quarters, and you're getting 18 2.5 inch strips that are 55 inches long. All 4 of them for £54.97. Now that means that you're actually saving £12.99 on the price, which is the cost of the hexagon panel. Now if you prefer, you can buy those separately, but the best value is in that bundle. The other graphics on the other side of the screen are for, that's this side, are for the complimentary bundle. Now you've got pink, you've got chartreuse, gold and duck egg, 1/2 metre of each, and they're the ones that Wendy's using in her cushion. We've only got 5 of those coordination bundles left. They're just a great palette for spring and summer, aren't they?
They are fantastic, and Jess
I can
and
imagine making little Easter eggs.
Oh yes.
You know, there's lots of patterns on the internet actually. I'm thinking actually of the Victorian fabric too, for making little fabric eggs. You can find the pattern all over the internet. It's usually 4 or 6 little sort of I don't know quite, ellipse shapes that you sew together. Leave a little hole for stuffing, fill it with fibre fill and put a little hanging loop, and then
lovely.
those hanging on like a branch that was sprayed white or something.
I've made lots of those. And
gorgeous. Easter decorating.
We don't go overboard at Easter with decorating actually. I mean, I'm mad at Christmas. I have 4 trees at Christmas.
4
Christmas trees.
Did you buy into the upside down Christmas tree trend?
No.
Good, I'm glad.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get it. Or the black Christmas tree.
No. It has to be. Well, we have, like in the lounge, I'll only have silver and white, and then in the kitchen, the dog has his one with all like bones and dog things on there.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
No, I had a message from Anne, just home from my Keep Fit class. Anne, well done. That's super. And forgot to record the programme. Anne, have I missed the hexagon cushion?
Oh.
No. So, the hexagon cushion is using, Wendy, do you mind just quickly,
Absolutely.
just while I point, recapping what you need for the hexagon cushion? So,
Where are you? Oh, there you are. Right.
Well, I'll point and you just recap.
So select any part of the panel that you want. So you don't cut them out, you just cut out the panel. So I've done a 3x3 hexagon. You can do a 4x4, or I don't know how many there are deep, but however many are deep, you can do wide.
Yep.
So you just cut that out. So that's the first thing that I did, and then I quilted it, and I left a bit all the way round because I wanted to add a quilt as you go with these afterwards.
Yep.
So then you do a satin stitch or a zigzag stitch down each side of the hexagon. Then I added on 2.5 inch, but I didn't because they were next to each other on the thing. I just cut 2 together.
So you used hexagon panel for this, strip panel for this, and also these bits at the top and bottom. This white fabric was the extra fabric around the outside of one of the panels, and then on the back,
yes,
that is a fat quarter.
Yeah, that was
from our fatter quarters. So Anne, hope that helps. Easy peasy.
Very, very easy technique.
Yeah.
Very easy
Great.
technique.
Now then.
Right. So
You've finished that already?
Well, no, I've just sewn strips on.
Amazing.
Well, I did do most of it because I didn't think that it was, I didn't want you just to watch me sewing. But I've purposely left the edges all higgledy-piggledy because I'm going to cut to size. What I do now is I get a piece, I'm doing a plain back, but you can do the fabric backs are nice, but because this is what the side that I would always have showing, I'm going to put a plain back on it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to make sure that I've got it roughly the same. It needs to be the same or a little bit bigger. And then what I'm going to do, at the bottom edge, I'm going to trim 1/4 inch below. I don't want to trim right up to here because once I've inserted the zip, that's when I sit the cushion up, it's going to sit on the floor, and I don't want that. I just want, well, it will sit over. And then, but at the top, I am going to trim right next to that raw edge. So I'm just going to trim it to size, and it's a good idea to do them at the same time because then you know the back is going to match the front.
Great, that's a really good
Brilliant.
tip.
Right, so I'm going to trim, and what I'm doing, I'm just going to, these are more or less straight. You can see that they are running along lines. So I know that that side is going to be straight. I'm going to trim that away. I'm going to turn my mat round actually. And then remember, for the bottom edge, I'm going to trim 1/4 inch beyond. If you go 1/2 inch, it doesn't matter. You don't want to be cutting it right up to the edge though, because as I say, when you sit the cushion down, that bottom one is going to just flap a bit.
Got you.
And we don't want to flap. And then you would actually trim it to the size of your cushion. Now, I don't know what you do, Stuart, but if I'm making an 18 to fit an 18-inch cushion, I make my cushion 18 inches when finished. But I know some people make them a bit smaller to make them more fuller, and some people make them a bit wider. I don't know how you do yours.
But this is great because you're teaching us a technique here that we can do larger, smaller, rectangle, square. I mean, you could even do that technique and then cut that into a circle, couldn't you, or a heart shape, whatever you like.
That would be incredible, because you've done the hard work by sewing them together. And then remember the top one, we're going to
Or a tote bag.
Oh yes, that would be nice. Oh, see, look, you're full of ideas today as well.
Well, it's just, you know, it's just different ways you could use that fantastic technique. It's really cool.
But what I do is I always start off with something and it never actually ends up how I start off, because I always add a bit on, then turn left and then turn right.
I'm telling you, Wendy, you and I are related. Somewhere along the line, we need to do our family tree.
Right, now I've trimmed them both so that they're exactly the same size, and remember, 1/4 of an inch below that way, but I've cut to the top of the strip that way. And then it is quite important that you keep them, so I must remember that that was the bottom edge, because if you've got fabric that's got a pattern on it, you're going to know anyway.
Yes.
But because we've cut them exactly the same size, you really want to keep them how they were.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put that to one side. So I've got a massive apology to make. I haven't got a zipper foot.
It's not your fault.
Well, I know, but I couldn't even find my one at home to bring. Normally I bring all my feet with me because I do have this baby at home. So I'm doing this on a normal foot. I do apologise, but that's just to show that you can do it.
Yeah, you can do.
Now, I always have a zip longer than I need if I'm using this technique, or I have a much shorter one and then I put little ends on them, because I think I've done it on the bag. You can see here, because then you get this effect here, so you can see the fabric at the end and it just makes it look really neat.
Really
but for
neat.
this one, I'm going all the way over.
Okay.
And then what you want to do, you want to put the right side of your fabric to the right side of your zip. Now, the right side of the zip has your little pull and the teeth are raised, so I'm going to put right sides together. Now this is a little bit tricky because we've got that flap that wants to get involved. Now this is where your glue pen comes in. I'm not too sure with the heat from the lights whether it is going to stick here, but see, look how well used mine is. I use my glue pen for everything.
Yeah, they're so useful.
Oh, they are.
Another thing for your stash, I think, glue pens and refills, because if you ever run out, it's a sad day, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it's a
Where's
very...
my glue pen?
Oh,
You'll
yes.
find them on the website.
It's a very sad day for me.
Yeah.
So as I say, it might come apart a bit, or you could clip it, or you could pin it.
Yeah.
But I am a huge lover. Or you could, that's special tape, isn't
Yeah,
there?
you can buy tape.
Yes.
Double-sided tape.
That's the one. But it's got to be, no, don't use the double-sided tape for like paper crafts. It's got to be a proper.
Yeah, you've got to be able to sew through it.
And now, with my zipper foot, I would normally have it so that the zipper foot runs above. There's a little lip there. I would have it running across there. But with the normal foot, I'm going to have the side of my foot running along the side of this zip here. And I'm going to, if I leave it it's on 1/4 of an inch. If I leave it on the central position, it's fairly close to the zip.
Cool.
But have a play. What you don't want to be doing is stitching over the teeth.
Now, glue pen wise, with 6 refills, details are on screen. It's $13.98. You get 6 refills. Actually, let's crash that price. Come on, come on, Kat. Do it for Wendy, not for me. Oh my goodness, that is a saving. $9.98.
For how much?
Do you want some? The pen and the refills.
Well,
Do you want one?
They've probably done it because I'm on air, because actually when they come on, I always buy them.
Ah, gotcha.
It is a bit of a standing joke that, get them while you can, because if you don't, I will.
Wendy will get them. Don't let Wendy have them all. Save one.
Yes, save them for me.
$9.98, amazing. So that's your pen, which comes with a refill. And then you've got 6 more. And you've got the yellow, the blue, and the pink, is that right? Colour-wise. And they go on that colour and then they dry clear. It's a good way of telling whether your glue is still active, isn't it?
Oh,
you can still see the colour, then it's still sticky. If it's disappeared, it's dried. I find them most useful, like when I'm doing a plique. If I want to put a stem, I maybe draw a little line where I want the stem, I run the glue, and then I just get my bias and then and it's there in place, no pins, straight to the machine, stitch it down. It's so easy.
So don't be scared. If they are coloured, they will dry.
Yeah.
You won't see them.
Yeah, you won't see them. Now, just to let you know that the pen on its own with one refill is £5.99. The refills on their own are £7.99, which is why our deal is so good today. Grab it while you can. £9.98 for the pen with refill and a pack of 6 refills. Very nice. Lots of you got that in your baskets. Do remember to check out. Helen asks, hi. Hi to you fantastic people. Helen. Just a question. Wendy, could we do an envelope back? If so, how big would we do the back? I'll go and get it. You're all right. Oh, actually,
I've blown it away. Sorry. I've just blown it off the edge.
Thank
just
you.
threw it away. Right.
Could we do an envelope back?
Yes, you absolutely can do an envelope back. You do not have to put a zip in. If you don't want to put a zip, you don't like doing them, or you want an envelope back. I always, because you want it to fold over, so you do have that envelope. So when I do it, I always the one behind is half the width of half the length of the cushion, and then the one over it, I like to have it in between the two, so that you've got a really, really good overlap. It might take a little bit of pushing to get the actual cushion in, but the more that you have overlapping, then you're not going to get that bagginess. And also, I like to have the overlap at the top. If you have the overlap at the bottom, you do run the risk of it opening and gaping.
Yes.
Whereas at the top, it doesn't.
Good tip.
Oh.
The other thing, if you've got less fabric or you don't want to use quite as much fabric for the overlap, you can always put a bit of Velcro where they overlap, top and bottom. Make sure you buy the sew and sew rather than the stick and sew. Or you could put buttonholes and buttons. That looks really smart too. But
Definitely.
Velcro is a good one, and then you get a really neat, because there is nothing worse in my book than a gapey envelope back.
I thought it was just me.
No.
That is one of my
Tell you,
bugbears.
we're related. We're related.
That is honestly one of my bugbears. Right, so what I've done now is I've inserted the first half of the zip, and then I pressed it back. Now, just be very, very careful, because if you're working with a nylon zip and an iron, I know the limitations on my iron. I know what it can and what it can't do. But I pressed back, and then I just did a top stitch down that edge. It would be a little bit closer, but I am using a standard foot.
Sure.
With a zipper foot, I could get closer. But what that has done, it's secured the back of the zip. You know, like when you undo a cushion and it's got caught in the zip.
Don't like it.
I don't like that either. So that stops it doing that. We definitely.
You're just saying it now.
No, honestly, I said it first. You're just saying it. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to mark this here so that I know, because I've done the zip. The zip is longer. I'd rather have a longer zip than cut it down, so that I know where I need to place my back. Now, I need to do right sides together. So we've got the raised and the zipper, so I know it's right sides. Very difficult to see this because it's that beautiful fabric again, and it looks the same both sides. And I think if I can't see it, then it doesn't matter, quite frankly. No one else is going to pick it up, are they?
Well, I probably would, Wendy.
Well,
I'm
no,
kidding.
you definitely
I'm kidding.
would.
I'm
no,
kidding.
you definitely would. You've been snipping all my ends off today, haven't you?
Well,
someone's got to do it, haven't they?
Do you know? It's just when I'm sewing, I've constantly got a pair of thread snips in my hand, clipping threads, because I hate the clean up at the end. I hate
that. I
to
just
clip
have
threads.
to do it because I don't clip as I go.
Yeah. I mean, one of the most marvellous things for me is the thread cutting function on the sewing machine. When it's working, when it's playing fair.
When it's playing ball, yeah.
Details are on screen, by the way. You could be in with a chance of getting some of the last few of these bundles. They are seriously dwindled in numbers. We started off with a lot. We can't get the hexi panels on their own anymore. There are only 10 of the fatter squares, sorry. 4 of the fatter quarters and 20 of the strips. That's all we've got left. remember, the best value is to buy the whole bundle of all 4 panels, because that way you save £12.99, which effectively is getting those hexagons for free, which means that you can make all of the projects that you've seen in today's show with Wendy, every single one of them, and still have fabric left over, and the runner, and the makeup bag, and the little tidy pot. The complimentary bundle has sold out. Beautiful, beautiful, love that. We're so busy today. Thank you everyone who's got involved today and sent in a message. We love it. Have you got a burning question for Wendy? While we've got her, we've got 10 minutes left. Have you got a burning question for Wendy? Could be anything, couldn't it, Wendy? Anything. I'm kidding. A message from Collector in South Yorkshire. Hello, Stuart and Wendy. Big thanks to Wendy. I couldn't crochet despite trying a lot. I followed her demo on Sewing Street and was successful. She's brilliant. And a kiss. Wendy, you are brilliant.
That makes
Thank
me
you
burst.
for that message.
And this is the whole reason why I do what I
you do.
Because
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it. That's the coach in me, because I used to be a trampoline coach. And I'm not interested in the people like doing all the
Didn't I say this morning, Tiggers are born to bounce. And what
Yeah.
were you?
trampoline
A
coach.
trampoline coach. Your Honour, I rest my case.
But I wasn't interested in the ones that could do the multiple somersaults and that. I was the little children that they jumped up from a seat drop the first time and it was like, whoa, and I just...
Oh.
Yes. So, right, I've cut the end of my zip off that end.
Yep.
Now, really important, when you do the end with the zipper, and we all done it,
We've all
haven't
done
we?
it.
Pull it back away from the edge before you trim it
Yes.
off. And don't use your best scissors for this. I've got this, these are my cutty off zippy.
That's quite a specific use for a pair of scissors, isn't it? Just to have them for that.
All right, but I have loads of pairs of scissors.
I can't resist teasing you, Wendy. I can't resist it.
Right, so there we are. That is it. And now all we've got to do is put it together. How easy is that?
I think we've got time.
Yeah, we are. Well, I'm going to do it.
We've got time.
Well, I'm going to do it.
Do it.
We place right sides together. Now, I like to start from the zip end.
Yeah.
And
yes,
I always like to start from the zip end, and I'm folding the zip in half, and then I'm going to sew down this side.
Yep.
And I'm doing a quarter.
You're sewing without pins.
I haven't. You put me under so much
We
pressure.
ask so much from you. It's no wonder, is it?
I don't
Come
mind.
on.
The only thing you need to remember is all your flaps are poked in. Yep.
Did you recognise the song though? Please tell me you did.
Not Flying Without Wings. No. wasn't Flying Without. Was it?
Sewing without pins.
Yeah, it was.
Good. Yeah, there you go.
It was.
Okay,
See?
moving on.
Moving on. Yeah. I think we should move on.
Wendy, you're so indulgent with me. Thank you.
And then I always do the other side before I do my bottom.
Yeah.
And then we do that side, but just be very careful of your zip. You do not want to be going over your zip teeth, and you want to make sure all your flaps are tucked in. I'm just hoping they are, because if they're not now when I finished, then I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle.
You really would.
I knew you'd be troubled. What did I say to you this morning when I walked in?
I can't remember.
And then all we do.
The whole morning has been a complete blur.
Now, it's really important. This is really important now that you stick your hand in and you undo the zip before you sew your bottom up.
And why should we do that,
Because
Wendy?
if you don't, I won't be able to turn it in the
Good,
right way.
excellent. I love it. Good. I love it.
Oh dear.
Remember, Wendy is using the 2.5-inch strips from our panel. We do have some of those left. You're in time. It's $19.99. The best value, of course, is by buying the bundle, which gives you access to basically every project that Wendy's demonstrated this morning. The hexagons, the squares, the strips, and the fatter quarters.
Now, if I was at home, I would overlock round there, because then that will get rid of all the edge.
Yep.
If you don't do that, then zigzag, but then trim your corners off.
Okay.
Because when you push it in the right way. So look, I'm so excited. You don't know how excited I am. that I finished a project
I
on
know,
it.
it's amazing. I know. I'm hoping that our director
That's
has got a
rude.
cheer sound effect somewhere there. If not, I'm just going to do it.
I don't think that has ever happened,
It's amazing.
has it?
Did you dressmaking, Wendy?
I have made them before, but I get the person to lay on the floor and then I draw around them.
Love it. Love it. Of course you do.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. And then,
Perfect.
look, we've done it.
Oh, amazing.
There we go. And then it would just need a jolly good press, an insertion of the cushion, and
Absolutely
job done.
fabulous. Look at that. A round of applause, please, for Wendy.
That is a first, isn't it? That is an absolute
That's amazing. Well done. I think it's absolutely superb. It is absolutely ready for spring, summer.
Give it a press.
Wendy, you're an absolute marvel.
I have had a ball. I love the studio. Love it.
It's good,
I'm going to
isn't
stay.
it?
I'm going to stay.
And, you know, we had that moment where we were all just gazing around, but we've got that out of our system. Fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous, fabulous. Well, we've had so many messages this morning from you all for Wendy. One last one from Vivian. Hi, Wendy. I have the same sewing machine as you. Do you change the needle plate in order to do free motion quilting? That's Vivian in Doncaster. Do you? No. So that's the straight stitch plate.
Oh no, this is just this was just the one that I haven't even got the straight stitch plate out of the box because I just use this one. I should do. I'm very naughty. I would try it, but no, I just do this normal one.
You don't have to change to a straight stitch plate for
Sorry,
free
was
motion
it free motion? Just drop your feed dogs, and you've got a little button on there that you just press, and I'm pressing it now, and you've got feed dogs up, or you press feed dogs down and click the button, and then they've disappeared. It's
Controversial,
brilliant.
Wendy. I don't drop the feed dogs when I free motion quilt.
Do you not?
No, I don't. But
Can you? Can you?
Yeah,
I'm going to try that later. That might well be I'm going wrong.
Wendy, when are you back?
Actually,
And I'm just going to pray that I'm here.
I'm not back until the end of April because I've got lots of life admin going on. I've got other things.
Okay.
But yes, I'm back at the end of April, and
Well,
I'm so
Wendy,
excited.
we adore
No,
you.
thank you so much.
Come back soon.
I will.
Okay, I'm going to go over this way and we're going to talk about what's left. Oh, come on, get your last few minutes.
I'm clearing
Come
up.
on, I insist.
I'm
Get over here now. Okay, so we still have availability of our bundle. So remember, in the bundle, you get everything. You get the hexagons, you get the squares, you get the fatter quarters, and you get the 2.5 inch strips. Remember, those 2.5 inch strips are 55 inches long. The fat quarters are fatter. Everything's bigger, bolder, and better here at Sewing Street. Make sure you get your bundle. It's $54.97. Now, our fatter quarters, we've got just 3 left. They are absolutely beautiful. I'm going to grab them out here. They're brand new and exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. Lots of you buying multiples of these. What are your plans? What are your plans? We're very nosy. We like to see pictures. We like to know. They are totally gorgeous. I love that duck egg blue. I love that green. I love that pink. I love that vanilla. Just beautiful. More of these in baskets than we have stock of, so please be careful. Grab them while you can. The hexagons completely sold out. The 5 inch squares, we've 9 left, okay? So they're $14.99, always the most popular, which is why we buy more. There are 15 of those in baskets. That maths is not working out well. Okay, strip wise, 2.5 inch strips, you get 18 and they're 55 inches long, $19.99. We're okay on strips at the moment, but still lots of you with it in your baskets. Do check out. The demos are over. It's time for a breather. Time to check out. And time for us to think about the 680 plus for our next hour. We've got a great deal. And also we've got some other fantastic tools and some books too. I will talk about those later. We're going to take a break. See you after this.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there! Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Oh, welcome back. We've had such a busy morning and such a fun morning. Wendy Orlando has now left the building, but she has left that ray of sunshine behind. We've had such a good morning. Thank you for staying with us. Our last hour, we've been waiting with bated breath for our 680 plus. This is the focus for the start of our show. The 680 plus is, I would say, our hero sewing machine. It's certainly my favourite sewing machine that we have here on Sewing Street. I've had the Elna 680 for about 5-6 years now, and I just want to tell you something. I was telling our producer, when I bought that, it was £1,200. That was the 680, and it was about 6, maybe even 7 years ago, okay, and it was £1,200 then, and it was on a deal then. £1,200 was a deal. It came with walking foot, darning foot, you know, that typical package that you get with the 680. It did come with that. Since then, Elna have developed the 680 Plus, which has got more features, more compatibility, more ease of use. The price is still the same, even though the world has got not just a little bit more expensive, but a lot more expensive, and the price has been maintained. I don't know how they do it. It's incredible. I've learnt in this life not to question these things, just to accept them, enjoy them, and get on with it. The Elna 680 Plus is everything that the 680 is and more. One of my favourite features about the 680 Plus is you've got the straight stitch foot, which you can install. I mean, it's so easy to put the straight stitch plate in, and once you've got the straight stitch plate in, it tells the machine that it's in place, and you can no longer choose any stitch that would be incompatible with that. So for example, you can't choose a zigzag, which would then swing and break the needle and possibly the timing by bashing into the metal of your plate. With the 680, that could happen. You have to know, you have to remember and not choose that stitch. The 680 Plus got rid of that confusion, got rid of that potential. It's all there in the machine. It's an absolutely superb machine. Here are some of the features actually. Let's just have a quick look at those. So it's got 170 stitches, okay, including 10 buttonholes. It's got a built-in superior needle threader. The needle threading is awesome. I can't thread a sewing machine without a needle threader now. It's just game over as far as I'm concerned. You've got a really large sewing space, which means that quilting, dressmaking, curtain making, home deck, so much easier with that larger space. You've got a maximum sewing speed of, get this, 1,000 stitches per minute. That's fast. That's seriously fast. You've got a free arm. You've got your automatic and programmable thread cutter. So you can program it to cut at the end of every line of sewing. Just absolutely brilliant. You've got a presser foot adjustment. Super important when you're doing things like quilting or maybe heavy dressmaking. Easy and guided bobbin threader with a built-in thread cutter, top loading bobbin as well, which I love, bobbin thread and upper thread sensors, an extra wide table that you can easily attach. I mean, that extra wide table is huge, and normally you'd have to pay extra for that. There it is. 10 bobbins included as well. We are going to try and get in extra bobbins as well. So that's your basic fit, but then you've got all the different feet that are included as well. And this is where you really start to see the value of this machine, because a cheaper machine would not have these feet. And then when you start adding on the cost of those, you start to realize that this cheaper machine isn't cheaper. 38 items, okay, in the box, extra. Now you've got things like your zigzag foot, standard foot, rolled hem, brilliant. Dressmakers, home decor, brilliant. Zipper foot, satin stitch foot, an open-toed satin stitch foot as well. I can't read that from here. I need it on the preview screen, sorry. Blind hemming foot, overcast foot. Now that overcast foot M, you're going to use that instead of using an overlocker. We've already saved that money, hurrah. A 1/4 inch foot for patchwork, a darning foot, normally you buy that extra. Convertible free motion foot, this is the one that's got open, closed and clear view attachments. Automatic buttonhole foot, you've got your buttonhole stabilizer plate, you've got an even feed foot, that's your walking foot. Now some brands of sewing machine, their walking foot is £100, £110 just for that foot. You're getting yours included. You're getting it included. You've got a button sewing foot as well, a circular pivot pin, a quilting guide bar. You're getting so many accessories with this machine. Now we had earlier on in the 10 o'clock show, we had additional feet that you can buy to go on your machine. So for example, the ruler foot, £49, the quilting foot, £21, the edge guide, £21. So you can buy extra feet. And if there is this real speciality foot, let's say a pinned up foot that you're going to use a lot, okay, you can buy those as extras. But it just goes to show, if you had to buy things like a walking foot, dining foot, 1/4 inch foot, you could easily be into over £100 of extra money just for those 3 feet. You've got them all included. If you had to add on an extension table, you could pay between £30 and £60 for that extension table. They all come as standard on your Elna 680 Plus. Now that's your machine. Now your machine, £1,249, £249.80, 5 split pays if you would like them. No interest on that at all. One payment of £249.80 to get your machine delivered direct from Elna. Now the machine is absolutely worth every penny It's what I paid basically 6-7 years ago for a machine that had a little less functionality. However, now you're getting extras. This is all extras now. So first of all, you would normally get a 1 year or possibly a 2 year warranty. We're giving you a 5 year extended warranty with this machine, which is phenomenal, unheard of. Why are we giving it away for free? Well, we're just so confident in this machine, and because we can. We negotiate with Elna, with Janome, and we've been able to get that deal, which is just brilliant for everybody. But you're also getting £150 worth of goodies added in as another little bonus. I've got everything set out on the desk right here. So you're getting things like this gorgeous box for your spools of thread. If you don't want to keep this, you can gift this. You can gift this. You're getting a set of thread snips. Now, my number one tip for scissors is never use them for snipping threads, because you would not believe how quickly you will blunt your scissors cutting threads with them constantly. Always use thread snips. You're getting a pair included for free. How about something money can't buy? Exclusive Sewing Street pattern weights. These are lovely, and they're so like Jubilee themed too. I love them, I love them. They come in their own decorative tin. Now, talking of decorative tins, what about a Ruby Star Society decorative tins? This could be for your buttons, maybe pins, a mini sewing kit. It's super cute. Really lovely, that's included too. Now then, what about some mystery fat quarters? It won't necessarily be these ones, all designer, all patterned. 5 of them, mystery fat quarters. More fabric. How about 2 meters of white solid and 2 meters of ivory? Thank you, ivory solid. I mean, those so useful for anybody. I'd have that. That would be fab. You're also getting Delphine Brooks' pattern for her Trapunto birdhouse quilt, but you're not just getting the pattern, you're also getting the exclusive panel to make it as well, all included. Now, I haven't finished. We've got a pattern for a lovely fat quarter storage lantern. That is so cool. Love that. That's a Beth Studley. You're also getting, no, Lee Brampton. Sorry, my bad, Lee Brampton. Then you're also getting this gorgeous fawn panel. I'm just going to open this out. These are always so popular. So you get the fawn, gorgeous little panel. Love that, isn't that cute? You could layer it, quilt it, use it for the front of a bag. You're also getting 1/2 meter of the coordinating fabric. Isn't that lovely? So there's a cushion or a bag project on its own. So many different things. I mean, we want you to get straight onto your brand new Elna 680 Plus, enjoy using it, make yourself some items without even having to spend a penny more. Then a book. This is fat quarter accessories. Love that. So many projects in there. Then you're getting Helen Newton's Seagulls pattern, always really popular. We love Helen Newton. And then you're also getting a pattern for Taste of Summer quilt topper. Absolutely amazing. So many freebies, £150 worth of freebies included, and a 5-year extended warranty for free. And most importantly, the hero sewing machine, in my view, the Elna 680 Plus, extension table, cover. You've also getting your walking foot, darning foot, 1/4 inch foot. You're getting extra dressmaking feet, things like the rolled hem foot. That's not a standard foot to get with a sewing machine. You're getting a blind hem foot. Now that's pretty standard, unless you're going for a machine that's £200, £300, £400, in which case you're probably going to get 3 feet. Now you're not getting 3 feet with this machine, you're getting all of those feet that you can see. You're getting the convertible darning foot. That is genius. It is absolute genius, because what you've got there, you can just about see it, it's got a kind of dashed box around it on the left hand side. You get the foot, and then you get an open-toed attachment, a closed-toe attachment, and then that thing that looks a little bit like a flying saucer. That's what I call the big foot. They call it the clear view quilting foot. And effectively what that does is it holds the fabric down more evenly while you're quilting. It means that when you're quilting right up to the edge of your fabric, if you've ever done that with a small hopping foot, what can happen is you go outside of the edge of your quilt, and then when you come back in, your foot gets hooked under the fabric and flips it over, and you end up sewing over a fold. Have you ever done that? I've done that. When you get that clear view foot, it holds the edge down, so you can actually quilt over it and then come back, and it doesn't wrinkle, it doesn't, and it holds the fabric flat. Really super foot that. That's your Elna 680 Plus. Now, a message from Joanne. Hi Stuart, is the Elna 680 Plus a high shank or a low shank machine, please? We're going to confirm that, and we will let you know. We will let you know before the end of the show, so please stay tuned, Joanne. We'll answer that question for you. So that's our Elna 680 Plus, amazing machine. Quite a few of you have that in your basket. Now I know it's a considered purchase, and you might be wondering, why should I buy it today? I think there's a few really good reasons why. First and foremost, we all deserve the very best sewing machine that we can afford. Because the best sewing machine that we can afford is going to give us the best chance to do the best sewing and to have the most fun when we're sewing. I've tried using sewing machines that are lower spec, and although I can do most of the job I want to do, it isn't always as much fun, it isn't always as easy, it doesn't always give me the results that I want. A better machine, a higher spec machine, better tools really do give us an advantage. So first of all, get the best machine you possibly can. We're making it more affordable by giving those interest-free payments, those interest-free split pays. You've got 5 of them, which is the maximum we do. All you need to spend today is £249.80, and your machine will be dispatched direct from Elna. Okay, and that should be with you in the next few days. But also, on top of the most amazing machine, is that you've got feet that you would normally have to go out and buy that you are not going to have to buy. So you're already taking that cost out of the purchase. You don't have to go and buy a walking foot or an extension table or a darning foot or a rolled hem foot. You're getting all of those included. Your buttonhole foot, your button sewing foot even. Like, who wants to sit sewing buttons on by hand? Not I. You're getting all of those included. So once you've got your machine, unless there's a real speciality foot that you need, you're not going to have to buy any additional feet. You've also got fantastic support from Elna, who are there on hand if you need to ask questions, if you've got sort of requests, feet that you want. They will put you in the right direction. There are speciality feet that you can buy, but they are very, very specific. Gathering foot, pin tuck foot that you might want to use, but that will be if it really suits your style of sewing. The other 2 reasons that it's a great chance to buy today is you've got your 5-year extended warranty. Now, I don't know what I've never been able to get an extended warranty on a sewing machine. This is amazing that we've managed to get it. But I know certainly for my washing machine, my freezer, I had to spend hundreds of pounds to get an extended warranty. We have absolutely every reason to believe, I think it's fair to say, that we will not be able to keep a 5-year warranty for, not just forever, but for very long now. I think we've run out of luck. Yeah, and actually we're on our final warning. So I think 5-year warranty right now, this is kind of last chance to get that. But also then you're getting £150 worth of extras thrown in from us to you. There they are: fabric, a book, patterns, panels, thread snips, spool box, Congratulations if you checked out today. Your Elna sewing machine is winging its way to you. Can't wait to see what you make first. If you've got any questions to ask them on the fans page. Send them in to us too. On our fans page, you know, one of the things we really pride ourselves and we're thankful for is the honesty and the honest reviews that our fans give and leave, and also how helpful you all are as well to each other if anyone's got a question and needs a point in the right direction. So if you have a question to ask, you should get a really quick response on the fans page. You can also email in the studio as well and ask us directly, and we will do our best to answer your question. Now, if you're a new customer who's wondering about things like split pay, how does that work? How does P&P work? Our call centre is completely free. It's UK based. It's actually based here in within our studio building. The manager of the call centre came down earlier on because we'd sold out of everything. I think she was coming down to find out what the thing was. What were we doing? But they are wonderful, really helpful. Wonderfully patient as well. I've been on the phone for ages with them before now, and they're lovely, really lovely. So give them a call. A message from Susan. Hi Stuart, I recently got the Elna Air Overlocker. I must say, Elna customer service are amazing. Thinking of getting the Elna 680 Plus now, from Sue in West Yorkshire. Well, Sue, what can I say? It is an amazing machine. I've got the Elna 680. My last book, Bags for Life, I made all of the projects on my Elna 680. The Elna 680 Plus has actually got extras, special modifications that have even more functionality. So, you know, a great machine, absolutely fantastic, well worth considering. Now with postage and packaging, it's £3.95 postage and packaging, and that will cover you for the entire day, okay? Even though the Elna 680 is going to be dispatched direct from Elna. Now there is the option on our website for sort of expedited or express P&P. Please don't choose that for your Elna if you're buying your Elna. If you're buying other things that you want super speedy, then absolutely go for it. But there's no point if you're just buying the Elna 680 Plus, don't choose that option because it will come in the set amount of time. It doesn't affect how quickly Elna send out the machines. They're very quick, but there isn't an express service. So I wouldn't want you to waste that money. But if you're buying other things and you want them express delivery as well as the Elna 680, you'll get your fabrics, your books, whatever sooner, and then you'll get your Elna 680. They'll come separately, so don't worry that your machine hasn't arrived. Your extras are going to be sent directly from us, so chances are you'll get those first and then your machine will come soon after. My top tip when you're buying the Elna 680 Plus is go onto the Elna website, download the manual for the 680 Plus, have a read of it, gen up, so that when your machine arrives, you can hit the ground running. I want you sewing within the first hour. You'll see things like this. This is all about twin needling. This is in your manual. These are the stitches that you can use, how to change the needle. You're also going to get things like how to solve problems. Yeah. So, for example, one of the simplest errors, if you like, is trying to sew with the presser foot up, and the machine beeps at you, and it will give you a code. You'll soon recognise or learn to check whether the presser foot's up and down. The other one is the dropping the feed dogs. Now, I get asked this question a lot about the 680 Plus. Can I change or drop my feed dogs? Now, normally on a lot of sewing machines, the switch for the feed dogs is around the back of the machine, sort of where your sewing goes off into. But on the Elna, it's actually here on the side, and it's this button right here. Now, there's a little bit of kind of debossing on the side of the machine that shows you feed dogs down, feed dogs up. Okay, so at the moment, the feed dogs, that kind of little zigzag, it's showing the teeth, are above the line, so they're engaged. If I push this the other way, now the feed dogs are below the line, feed dogs are dropped. And indeed, on my machine, even though it's not switched on, my feed dogs have dropped. Now, when you return your switch to feed dogs in the up position, all right, nothing happens to your feed dogs. They don't pop back up again, and this is when we worry and we think we've done something wrong. Okay, but literally when you take your first stitch, and I'm just winding the wheel, the feed dogs come back up again. They're now re-engaged. So just watch this for a second, I'll show you. Feed dogs drop, feed dogs re-engaged, they haven't come back up, take a stitch, and there they are, they've popped straight back up again. The other classic thing, and we've all done this I think, is we've had a lovely session of free motion quilting, and then we've stopped for the day, we've turned our machine off, the following day we've gone back to it, ready to do some piecing. We haven't touched our switch. We try to sew and nothing's feeding, and again we panic and we think, what have I done? Always, if it's not feeding properly, if the fabric isn't feeding at all, check that switch first and foremost. It could even have got flicked by accident, couldn't it? Just check it before you carry on. We don't want any panicking. Now, we found the manual online. We'll show it to you. There you go, page 89. Huge manual. There you go, fabrics and warning signals, they're all there. And have a look through. You can also call Elna. You know, if it's an issue that you can't solve and you've had a look in the manual and you can't find the answer, give them a call. Give them a call. There's troubleshooting. But if that doesn't help, give the call centre a little ring and they will help you. Normal office hours, of course, if you're like me and a late night or early morning sewer, you will have to wait until normal office hours. Now, a few of you have checked out on your Elna 680 Plus. Huge congratulations. I know you're going to be thrilled when you get your sewing machine. Have fun. Let me know how you get on. A message from Kath. Kath says, I treated myself to the 680 Plus to replace my 24-year-old Janome, and it cost me the same all those years ago. Wowza. Wow, I love this machine and would recommend it highly. That's a brilliant endorsement. Thank you so much, Kathy, and I'm really glad to hear that you're enjoying your 680. Wendy's got in touch. Thanks to everyone who's been in touch. Hi, Stuart. I got this machine in September. Amazing. Does what it says on the tin. Love the feet storage. You won't be disappointed. Wendy in Staffordshire. Let me just show you actually something, because you've got two lots of storage on the machine. Now, the majority of your feet storage, your utility feet, the ones you're going to use most, are up here, okay? And I'm going to pull them all out. They tilt outwards, okay, like that. So easy access, and then just pop them away when you're done. Okay, so that's a lot of your feet. And then you've also got another storage box. I'm just going to tilt this forward, just so you can see. So you've got your little tray, all right, that can come out. That's got things like bobbins, and you can store other feet in there as well. And then ours are a little bit of a jumble, okay, but I'm going to show you. I'm not proud, but there they are, look, there they are. Oh my goodness. Now then, if you're wondering where your straight stitch needle plate is, slide your accessory box off, and there it is. Oops, it's there. And it literally just clicks in. Absolutely superb. It's just set up for ease of use. So many of our guests use the machine, so many of our presenters. John Scott's got one. It's just brilliant. It's the kind of machine, and okay, admittedly, our guests are experts, all right, but even experts get used to their machine, and we get into our comfort zone, and we ask our guests to hop on to a machine at random. But the one thing I can consistently say is that guests and I are able to hop on to the Elna machines just like that. The ease of use, fabulous. So if you're not somebody that really does technology, and believe me, I hear you, I don't do technology. The Elnas are so easy to use, they really are. Now, we do have some other Elna machines on our website. in our, what section was that? Compare sewing machines. If you go to sewing machines, you can compare sewing machines and you can compare what's available on each machine. So if you've got particular things that you absolutely want in a machine, you can have a look at that sort of quick chart and compare the different machines and see what do you get. Size of sewing position, or sewing space rather, variable needle positions, stitch width, speed control, automatic needle up, needle down. Some of these things are really important to different sewers. Different things matter. I think it's super important that you buy the machine that's right for you, and that's all about getting as much knowledge before you buy as possible. I can tell you so much. You can ask questions if you want, of course, and I'll answer them as best I can, but also have a look at the manual, have a look at our Compare the Machine section on our website. Ask on the fans page too, talk to our call centre, make an informed decision. Now, if you've got any questions, we're live for about another half an hour, so get your questions in. We're still working on the shank question. If anyone knows the answer, is a 680 plus high shank or low shank? I feel like Marjorie Dawes, high in fat, low in fat. Do let us know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now then, we have got some quilts hanging behind us. Now, we've actually got 2 quilts from one book, 2 quilts from the other. So I'm going to show you first of all, use scraps, sew blocks, make 100 quilts. This came out of the fact that I couldn't and wouldn't just do 12 or 15 quilts in a book. I said, nah, I don't want to do it, I can't do it. I am more eclectic than that. I love all the techniques, all the colours, all the styles. I love paper piecing, applique, normal piecing. I love big quilts, small quilts, everything in between. So I wrote use scraps, sew blocks, make 100 quilts, largely because I love scrap quilts too. Hello. Oh, I was sucking in. I really was. There's only so much Fair Isle I'll hold in. And then you've got those 100 quilt designs. Scrappy 16 patch, easy, more complex, lipstick and nail polish. Now this is one of the quilts that I have hanging behind me right here. This quilt, there you go, lipsticks, nail polish, you knew what they were, right? This is a great opportunity actually to delve into your stash, solids, all coloured, you know, patterned fabrics, and create your own lipsticks and nail polish. I've always thought it would be really fun actually to divide the polish bottle up into 3 sections so that you had a strip running through the middle like a label. If you've got, you know, machine embroidery, you could create names for the different colours. You know, I think that would be really fun, especially if you wanted to personalise it. But anyway, that's one pattern out of 100 patterns in the book that cover so many different styles of quilting. There's machine stitch cathedral windows. There's this one which is like really sharp points. They're foundation paper pieced, so even if you're a beginner you can achieve patchwork perfection. Lovely traditional applique, modern stuff too. Really fun, great ways to use your scraps up. I did have enormous fun writing this book. I had great fun making the quilts. That's another favourite of mine, orange peel. And another real big favourite of mine from that book, and a big favourite of a lot of sewers, is this one right here, which is log cabin with applique. Now it's really difficult to open this out, but can you see? I'll have to hide myself for a bit. That's no shame, is it, me hiding? But I realised when I was writing the book that I'd never made a log cabin quilt. So I decided I had to do a log cabin, and then there was a big space in the centre of the quilt, and I thought, well, I can't just leave that blank, so I put some applique in it. That's also in this book too. So that's use scrap sew blocks, make 100 quilts. We have an answer. Sheila, you're an angel. We love you. Sheila's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, the Elna 680 Plus is a high shank category D. Hope this helps. Sheila, we are so grateful to you. Thank you. We all thought it was the high shank, but thank you for confirming that. Now the ruler foot that we had earlier on does say on the front is compatible for a low shank machine, so that would not be compatible with the 680 Plus. That's not compatible, is it? Because that's low shank only. 7 metre width, 7 millimetre width, sorry. Yeah. Fab. So many different patterns in this book. Little houses, love that, little houses, quilt, ice crystals. Ah, yes, actually, thank you for reminding me. This is also the book that has the pattern for my Jubilee Jacks. Oh, there's the log cabin with a plique all properly hung. Oh, thank you. Oh, honestly, what am I like? What am I like? The Union Jack quilt. The pattern is in the book. Yes. Haha. I actually designed this for Her Majesty the Queen's last Jubilee. And it's been a very, very popular pattern indeed. Looks great as a cushion too. I did a cushion for Christmas actually, my Christmas fabric range, using this pattern as well. Really versatile. So many different patterns. Great scrap buster, Roman holiday, great scrap buster. And this illustrates one of my top tips for making scrap quilts, which is don't be afraid to buy some fabric if it helps you use your scraps. So in this instance, having this cream pattern really allows all this sort of chaotic jumble of all sorts of colours and patterns work, because this provides some calmness and some sort of soothing space, so that those other fabrics don't just become kind of headache inducing. Do you know what I mean? Okay, good. So that is Use Scraps, Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts. We have another of my books here. This was the follow-up, and this is called Simple Shaped Stunning Quilts. Now, I'll let you into a little secret. When I wrote this book, it was really my intention to write Use Scraps, Sew Blocks, Make 100 More. And that was what I originally sort of pitched. And my publishers said, no, we want something different. And I wanted to do that anyway. So what I did was I organised 100 more scrap quilts into 5 chapters, and each chapter has a sort of broad heading. So there's 5 different ways to use simple shapes to make stunning quilts. Now this is the book that has the Edyta Sitar quilt that I showed earlier on, Ice Crystals. Which is a really beautiful quilt. You wouldn't believe how simple it is to make. Lots of really simple units in there. This is also the book that has got rainbow hearts, which I featured on Sewing Street before now. You've got that in there as well. You've also got patterns like lovely box of crayons log cabin. So another log cabin quilt. You've got a different kind of Union Jack quilt there. You've got Hope and Glory. Now this actually, my lovely friend Carrie, if you have a look at her Instagram, Carrie Can Make It. She's just making, oh no, I'm sorry, it's not Carrie Can Make It. It is the Crafty Lass. The Crafty Lass. She is just making this quilt. She'd never made a quilt before. She made one simple quilt using squares and she's like, I'm hooked. I'm a quilter now. What can I do next? And she's making this quilt. It's made of squares and half square triangles. Easy, simple, so effective, so modern looking too. Now, another couple of quilts that are from that book are hanging right behind me. So this one right here is called Pineapple Log Cabin with a plique. Now this one is one of my favourite quilts. You've got that kind of pineapple log cabin, which is really fun, isn't it? Love that design. And then you've also got these lovely applique, like a swag border all the way around it. and that's fusible web, bonder web, blanket stitch around the outside. Now a different kind of quilt altogether, which is also from Simple Shapes Stunning Quilts, is this one, which is called, I knew that was going to happen, it's called Lollipop Flowers. This is featured on the front cover of the book, and this features simple pieced background with applique. This is turned edge applique, so all of those edges are turned under. There's no bonder web in there, but it is still completely machine sewn. The techniques are all explained in the book, Simple Shapes Stunning Quilts. And as I say, it's divided up into chapters. Hello there, there he is. A little bit of colour theory, how to make colours work in your quilts. Always like to throw in some extra skills as well. There's, tutorials for how to do your basic piecing, foundation piecing, also how to do applique, different methods for turned edge applique and also raw edge. And then we get into the meat and veg of the book, which is those 100 brand new quilt patterns. You've got 20 one patch quilts, 20 quilts that use strips and squares, 20 that use triangles, 20 that have curved elements, and 20 that use foundation piecing. One of my favourite foundation pieced quilts from the book is a quilt called Coggin. And this, actually, I was inspired. Coggin is a Japanese style of embroidery. It's actually, they're little crosses, like little cross stitch, really. And it's a style of embroidery from Japan called Coggin. And this is one of the traditional motifs. I mean, normally it's done tiny scale, maybe on a little band to decorate a box or a bag or something like that. But I thought it would work beautifully as a quilt block. So I blew it up, foundation pieced it, and actually used one of my fabric lines called Kimono, which was all blues and whites, to create this quilt. Had so much fun doing the shoot as well. Best in show. If you want to celebrate somebody, that's all good. Bit of fun, ice lolly. So in Make 100 Quilts, there's a pattern for an ice cream quilt. So I thought, well, I've got to follow it up with ice lollies. So there they are. So they're all new quilts, but they're compatible. So for example, there's the Union Jack quilt, full flags in 100 Quilts. In Simple Shapes, you've got Hope and Glory. Just got to point out the magic of photography, these gorgeous cocktails, cold PG Tips tea. They wouldn't let me have a cocktail. It's outrageous, isn't it? Absolutely outrageous. Abstract Rose, this is another really fun design, a great scrap buster. So you can see, can't you, how I managed to sneak 100 more scrap quilts, because all of these are potential to, there's Lollipop Flowers, a different, so there's Lollipop Flowers 1 and Lollipop Flowers 2. This would work really, really well with Hope Blooms by, who's the designer? Oh, it's not Buggy Barn. It'll come to me. Someone out there shouting at their TV screen right now. Kansas Troubles Quilting, that's it. That would look really good in that. And then later on you've got Lollipop Flowers 2, very similar kind of flower, but shown in a much more modern version. This is all Cafe, of course. All of My Heart, simple piecing, simple applique. If you've never tried turned edge applique before, a heart is a perfect shape to practice on, because you've got an inner point, an outer point, a straight edge and a curved edge. So it's got all of the elements in one shape that really you would ever need to applique. So it's a great beginner applique project. But of course you could do that with fusible applique, and that would be great fun too. Clam clamshells, not pieced as clamshells, actually pieced as Drunkard's Path units. There's Pineapple Log Cabin, Seaside Windmills. So many fun quilts in this book. Good old Flash the dog. Couldn't wait to get on that bed. Shards of Glass actually was a lovely quilt. I did it originally as a mystery quilt, and then enjoyed making it so much, had to make 2 versions. And there's the other version right there, which is all really kind of bright. That's Alison Glass fabric, which we just happen to have on the show. Hi, Stuart from Collector in Mercy said, I have both of your quilt books. They're fab, even just for colour ideas, let alone the gorgeous quilt patterns. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's a really kind message. Thank you. A message from Joanne, who's in Essex. Whoop, whoop. Hi, Shank was what I needed to hear. 1 Elna 680 plus just jumped in my basket and I checked out. Treated myself as it's my birthday next month. Joanne, mwah. You've just got yourself my hero sewing machine, £150 worth of extras for nothing, and a 5-year warranty, all included in that price of £1,249. Well done, and a big old happy birthday to you, Joanne. And big congratulations to anybody who's checked out on anything today. We've had a super busy day. Been great fun with Wendy Orlando in the house. I've just found out I'm not with her next time. Heads will roll. Anyway, Alison Glass fabrics. Now, I'm a huge fan of Alison Glass fabrics. This, I mean, anything that has the rainbow, anything that has a palette, I am so there. These fabrics are incredible. The gorgeous range of colours. Now, we've only got the bundle on today's show. I've got to reorder them. I'm sorry. I cannot not reorder these fabrics. I'm so sorry. All right, just beautiful. But come on, you can't tell me these don't look better when they're in rainbow order, because they do. They look absolutely amazing. I mean, if you need a little ray of sunshine now, if you're feeling a bit glum or a bit blue and you need some colour in your life, a bit of something beautiful, I think you'd really be hard pushed to do better than these Alison Glass fabrics. They make my heart sing, that's for sure. I love her stuff, just beautiful. And you've got the most amazing modern rainbow there all together. There's so much fabric there, isn't there? And actually the price I think is incredible, £118.83 for, in total you're getting 9 meters of fabric. You've got 18 different fabrics, half a meter of each. Now this is just a minute, I need a moment. Not overhead though, not overhead. I just need a moment. This is my happy place. This is my happy place. If it's snowing where you are, if you're in Washington, Tyne and Weir, or if you're in Durham and it's snowing, and it is apparently snowing in those places, sending you a big warming hug. But also if you need some brightness, some lightness, some gorgeousness in your life, here it is. Here it is. 9 meters of it. Alison Glass. This is because we're working with Makawa. This comes from Makawa. This is fabulous. I've been waiting so long to get Alison Glass. This is Alison Glass's newie. This is so beautiful. And if you've any of Alison Glass's previous fabrics, this is going to work with them. Like I said earlier on, in simple shaped stunning quilts. This quilt right here, it's called Shards of Glass. I made this, well actually Joan, Deputy Joan made the top and I quilted it. This is all made in Alison Glass fabrics with a lovely kind of mottled grey fabric in the background, just to really make all those colours pop. Love her stuff, absolutely gorgeous. If you've never heard of Alison Glass before, bob on to Pinterest or on the internet, look her up. I know you'll be inspired by her fabrics. If you love Libs Elliott and you love her stuff, Alison Glass Fabrics works so beautifully. That acid green, I love it. Remember, if you're buying multiples, these are going to come pre-cut. This is a bundle that you're buying, so the bundle is already cut. I might just have to have this. Actually, with less than 15 available. It's only been available on air once before. Now, if you want any of these fabrics on their own, have a look on the website. But the only way on the show to get these... Oh, love it, love it, love it, love it. They are really beautiful quality. Gosh, we've only got a few minutes left. What have we got? What have we got? Liberty. Now, I'm just going to be a little bit out there and say that I think that the Alison Glass fabrics would work incredibly well with the Emily Bell rather. Now, I know that's a really out there thing to say, but I'm just going to grab some fabric out and I just want to show you what I mean. Because I actually think these fabrics go incredibly well together. I think these would work beautifully if you want something that's a kind of near solid and then something which is more of a patterned. I think those go incredibly well together. What do you think? Just gorgeous. You're not feeling that, Kat? She wasn't looking. She wasn't looking. I just, as soon as I saw them next to each other, I just thought, those, I mean, they're a very different style of fabric, but there are no rules about you can only mix traditional florals with other traditional fabrics. These rules do not exist. We do whatever we like. We do whatever makes us happy. Okay, you know what I'm going to have to do now, don't you? Oh my goodness me, these are beautiful. This is Emily Bell from Liberty. These are absolutely beautiful. These are quilt weight cottons. They are the most sumptuous quality, so beautiful. I love all these rich jewel berry shades. There are so many gorgeous pinks and purples and reds. This was brand new on Jubilee Makes Week. Oh my goodness me, look at this, look at this, look at this. There's that song, isn't there? It's all too beautiful. Collector in Merseyside's message, I received this Liberty bundle yesterday and the colours are beautiful. I'm mixing them with Kat's rainbow bundle. Love it. Yes, Kat's famous rainbow bundle. Kat's got a new one actually, which is on the desk, which I think, Kate, you're going to like. I think you're going to like. But yeah, this is good. This is the one that you actually got the other day. Super, super, super. I think that's gorgeous fabric. This is a mega bundle of fabric. Details are... Do we have the details of that? Sorry, I didn't even see the price. 104.86. That's stonking. That's great. You're getting half a metre free in there actually. Have a look on the Liberty website, see what they're charging. That's all I'm going to say about that. Now our solid rainbow bundle, phenomenal value this. Phenomenal value. I think this is the one that our lovely Kate was talking about. I'm just going to rearrange. Oh, we're limited, we're limited, we're limited. This is the two-tone rainbow. Oh, sorry, and I'm not putting the two tones together, am I really? I kind of am. I'm going to do my best. Sorry, there was just one. I'm going to pop that there. If you missed out on this a few days ago, don't worry. This is not your price. $52.99 is not your price. This is your price. Wowza, $43.40. That's your price. That's your price. This is Rose and Hubble quality fabric. Absolutely beautiful. Quickest way to get this is in your basket and check out on the web. Okay, we're so busy today. 14.5 meters, 7 meters in total. That means that is costing you £3.10 for a half meter. Absolutely phenomenal value. Collector in Merseyside has messaged in to say how wonderful. It's sold out. It's sold out. Wow. It is absolutely gorgeous. So I'm not getting one then. I'm not getting one. Oh, this is so unfair. Why do I only see all the gorgeousness when I'm on air and I can't buy any of it? Honestly. Right. Gutermann Sew All Thread. Yeah. Now, I am a Gutermann ambassador. I am a Gutermann ambassador. Anybody who follows me on Instagram or Facebook will have seen the shots from my studio. I am rather blessed, thread-wise. But I've been using Gutermann Sew All Thread for donkey's years. I really rate it. I love it. Whether it's piecing, applique, quilting, top stitching, bag making, you name it, cotton fabric, blended fabrics, I always turn to Gutermann Sew All Thread. Now in this box, you're getting 6 reels of thread. It's a gorgeous rainbow of colours. And you know what, when it comes to matching colours, always undo a bit of thread layer on top of your fabric. Something a little lighter or a little darker, a little slightly different, it's going to blend. Just try it out and see before you start sewing. So a good rainbow like this should see you for most projects. You're also getting a fabulous assortment of Schmetz universal needles. So these go from a 70 right up to a 90. So 90, great for bag making. 80 I'm probably going to use for quilting. Okay, I might try with a 70 first of all, and if I have issues I'll go up to an 80, but don't automatically leap to a 90. 70 I'm going to use for things like piecing and also for invisible machine applique. The finer the needle, the sharper the piecing. You're also getting a lovely box of pins as well, gorgeous pins. It's really lovely, very giftable as well, even if that gift is for you. $19.99. It's a great price. It's an amazing price because Gutermann Sew All Thread, 1 reel of thread. Can you just give me an idea how much? I'm going to say off the top of my head about £1.75. About £1.75 a reel? I reckon so. So £1.75 a reel. You've got 12 of those already. So that's £21. Yeah, your Schmetz needles, this pack, I mean actually that's a bigger pack than a universal assortment because you're actually getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 needles, and usually in a pack you're going to get 6. Have you found all 10? A pack of 10, $3.60 for that. So now we're £25. Yeah, and then you're getting your box of pins. These are prim needles. Another £2 for those, £2.50. So £27.50-ish, £28. So about an £8 saving. I think that's fabulous. Lovely gift box. And there isn't a colour in there that I don't use. Because you know me and my favourite colour. What is it? There you go. There you go. Beautiful. I love anything in a box. Love anything in a box. Let's do the menu for tomorrow. I've got to be quick. It's Vic's tomorrow, it's Vic's tomorrow, and it's pretty easy because it's clearance. 8 a.m, clearance. 9 a.m, clearance. At 10 a.m, we've got clearance. At 11 a.m, we've got clearance. And then to round the day off at 12 o'clock, we've got a special hour. It's clearance. They will be a bit more separated out tomorrow. There's pre-cuts, there's all sorts of lovely stuff. I've really enjoyed having your company today. Thank you so much for being with us here at Sewing Street. For the rest of the day, I want you to spend the rest of the day doing whatever you love doing, spending time with family and friends, enjoying cuddling the cat, doing some lovely quilting, or watching Hobby Maker. Enjoy the rest of the day. Take care. Lots of love. Take care of yourselves.